Hello, everybody. We have returned once more. It is Sunday. And also, because thank you for self-care, we start off the continuation of the prologue, the newest season, Genesis. And because Neri redeemed it, and I would feel terrible if I didn't honor at least in some capacity, I will at the very least share her Goose Quest, because I don't think she's seen it yet. Permit the cracking of the fourth wall for a moment. Also, yes, hello. I don't know why. I still don't know why you're calling me Sir Brad, besides the fact that apparently you assert I am a Brad. But who am I to argue? One moment. Window capture. Window capture. There we go. Things are doing that. That is strange. I don't know. To see the goods, I'll be away for a few. That's perfectly fine. Strange. Window capture once more. Let's try this again. Nope, that's not what I want to show. Why is it showing that? This is strange. I think window capture isn't working. I suppose. Let me just go to. Well, actually, you know what? Let me do one better. This is a great quick start to it. There we go. Bonk. Nope, that's correct. There we go. I don't know why the image source is this big. Wow. Bonk. Oh yes. I will once more. Oh god, the size of this fucking image source. Ugh. It's spooky, it's weird like that. Because I've got it. Oh fuck, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Idiot. Manipulating it as a group source. That's me. That is me. Have them grouped together. What I should be doing is clicking on the individual one, and I can just. There you go. Full, beautifully rendered. Done by Captain Insanity. She's a lovely lady, and she does great art. She was doing your character here is with angry geese. Took advantage of it. Definitely worth it.
He's casting spells, Ma! Ma!
Looks like Grandpa.
I think he's a fucking wizard or some shit.
He looks like fucking Merlin, the fucking thing. Anyway, I will disappear into this bush.
Alright. Very good, very good.
Everybody's fully audible. We can begin once more.
Believe so, yes.
Just gotta make sure I'm sized appropriately. I don't know why I've been trying to reposition it perfectly. I just kind of fucking Control-Z'd everything. 1 second while Control-C goes crazy. There we go. Okay. See you in a moment, Neri. That said, because I Control-Z'd, I undid the desktop audio being unmuted for just a split second. No worries, not too much was lost. So,
That's
silliness aside,
I yawned the moment I was supposed to take it away. Alright. Good start, good start. Okay. Well, welcome everybody back to what should have been session 1, but is now being dubbed session 0.5, because we didn't finish the prologues last time. It was very narrative heavy, it was very big build-up introductions, and frankly, I didn't want to rush these. These are some of the most important things that we ever do. So, thank you all for being here again. We, as a quick recap, went over quite a few people last time. Those people would be, as I get the notification to plug my headset in, because it would suck if it died while I was battery low. Yep. There we are. Everything's set up fine. It's totally fine. We went through Valen, and we saw what became of her as she was caught in the midst of the bloodiest battle that this insurrection conflict has seen, wiping out a fourth of the Undercity in the wake of its destruction, and seeing her befriend Grizzly and take up residence in what was once Doku and his old home. Afterwards, we watched both Genevieve and Tuare land in the small, sleepy village of Halfdir, going their separate ways. While Tuare went to research and locate the remaining archives that he was in hunt for, discovering where one of them was, and, well, unfortunately, knowing where the next one would be, that being in the Abyss, he set off to attempt to bring his archive back together. Genevieve, however, had a much more come to Jesus moment, and this is my obligatory "Who's Jesus?" Coming back to the city, seeing the vendettas that were made from that war and establishing new ones, where once she was content with setting aside and living a quiet life, after starting this, she had turned a new leaf on that, and with the help of some close colleagues and friends alike, had set herself up back down where Valen had made her home. Other than that, Doku was then found next, wandering about and coming across Mickey, MK5, a monster, and then eventually finding himself down with the rest of them also, traveling down back home. Also turning over a new leaf though, Doku and Grizzly set off to try and make a new life up in the city up top. That's exactly what they did. But we winded it back a little bit after that. About 16 years, even, to the night that Isaac remembered very fondly, where his brothers, sisters alike, succumbed to their failed augmentations, and rather than letting them suffer and lose their mind and potentially become incredibly dangerous, Ausar King pulled out Isaac and Rhea, the only two that seemed stable enough, and swiftly put a quick end to the remainder of these children. Not happy, but giving them what they wanted. He then took the boy, taking this scared, confused child over the border of Iris into the Oni forests, and finding a man named Valjean. For a year, Isaac and Valjean lived with each other, and for that year, things seemed normal until a fateful night where they had to go their separate ways. Isaac was told that Valjean would be back, and that eventually everything would be okay. But we'll see why that wasn't the case here and now, as we pick up with Valjean. Valjean, you brought Isaac to the bus station right at the border, giving him enough money hopefully that he could pass by, and more importantly, making sure that he would be brought somewhere safe, and hopefully get him in contact with Ausar. But you had to go. You had a vision, a dream, that something in your past that you thought you could have left buried may not be as buried deep as you thought. And that left quite a bad taste in your mouth. More than that, it brought about nothing but panic for you. It caused you to leave Isaac, it caused you to get on the road, and it caused you to go back to where it all began. Valjean, where are you?
Well, assuming I just got to my destination, I imagine I'm in front of some. Yeah, that's the right word. Abhorrent gate.
That you would. You yourself, after traveling through for what seemed like days, because frankly it probably was, traveling through the Oni forests, you would become known with the Oni that lived outside the gates of the abyss. These people, remnants of Foundation, remnants of a bygone age, remnants of what could have been, but what could never be. They brought you to these abhorrent, sickly gates. The cold stone etched with long-forgotten runes. And though seemingly sealed shut, as you stand before these titanic stone walls, you swear that you can feel a breeze, just emanating ever so slightly. A cold, inhuman breeze.
There's just like an Oni breathing down my neck. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, what the fuck? How did you get here?
Hey man, did you make it? No.
Hey, who the fuck? Like, huh? But anyways, I take it the gates are closed, as it probably should be.
Indeed, but that cool chill is running up your back, and it's almost like a beckoning hand. It's blowing into the abyss. You can feel it moving your hair.
And with that, I'll walk forward, and I'll use my ability to go through the gate. Essentially.
Not many people willingly step into the abyss. And there's a lot of reasons for this. For some, the Oni specifically, from your time with them, you would know that sending them into the abyss is a rite of passage for their children. And more importantly, very few make it out. But as you phase through those cold, unforgiving doors, you step foot at the base of a massive, forgotten city. In the sky above, this hollowed out mountain where you now sit, black, uncontrollable energies dance. The air is heavy, and the first sound you can hear is the pained, withered breathing and screams of the inhabitants that remain in this place, having been stuck here for well over 5 centuries.
Lovely.
Where do you intend to go, Valjean?
I take it the castle's still up?
Everything is untouched. shockingly, through everything, it seems like somehow Foundation is just the day. It looks just the same as the day it fell. The 3 layers of the city, the lowest layer filled with small houses and mainly where people who had a home in the city would live, layered up to a second. It's almost like, though Valjean would not know this for context, it almost mimics the central city of Iris. The second, another ring, more not necessarily government buildings, because frankly their government was more of a monarchy, but this is where you would find the markets, the larger buildings, places to eat, places to see, parks. The final and central building is the oh so familiar castle of the royal family.
I will begin walking in that direction, trying my best to avoid any of the inhabitants.
As you travel through, how long has it been since you've seen this place before, Valjean?
Oh, that's tough. I'll give it maybe... So, how many years has it been since the Oracle passed?
About, well, from this point in time, about 15 as well.
I'd say around that many years ago. Maybe 16, 17, 20 even.
Yeah, it's probably more 20.
Mhm.
It's been 20 years since you last descended these familiar stairs, and it never gets any easier. This is not a place of peace, and it could never be. Surrounding you are the tortured, immortal souls of thousands, spurred on by a tragedy. And as you ascend from the 3rd layer to the 2nd, and the 2nd to the 1st, standing at the base of the stairs, there is a demon. Not massive and malformed. In fact, quite the opposite. It looks more humanoid. Its back is turned to you, and it's draped in what you could only appear to be one of the old one of the old royal flags, as you can make out some of the familiar colors on its back in this darkened place. As you approach, it makes note of your presence.
Who are you to seek what lies within?
Just a traveler doing a little sightseeing.
No one travels in the abyss. There are only prisoners.
Well then, some sightseeing. Prisoner sightseeing. Is that a better answer for you?
Welcome home.
It steps and steps, and its malformed body, shrouded by this tattered cape, or rather this tattered flag that now adorns him, as it moves past, you can smell rot and decay hit your nose as it stamps on past you. You would know that of the people in the abyss, there are some that would regain a semblance of consciousness, albeit very rare. Though intelligent, They do not remember who they were or what they were, only what they are now. On your last escapade here, you would not have seen them. They were very hard to find. They keep cloistered to themselves. Let alone one that would speak to an outsider. But as it trails behind you, it mutters out one final thing.
You are not alone here.
And it's gone.
That I do know. And I'll walk it presumably deep into the castle walls.
Are you taking the main gate to the throne room, or will you be taking another way?
I'll take the main gate. Main gate for now.
Ascending the stairs to the fallen portcullis, you would see the two massive, once wooden, now petrified doors sprawled out to a familiar sight that you would have seen about 20 years ago. The King of Foundation, on his knees with his familiar cast iron lance, massive, ran through his chest. All this time, he's not moved. His armor still untarnished through all of the rot that is surrounding you, through all of the magics of the abyss. The old king still sits.
Valjean would look at the site for a moment. But not before just continuing on. He definitely has a mission here, and he definitely would rather see that done as soon as possible.
I assume then you are descending down.
Indeed. Hell, I'll even use my ability to make it potentially a little quicker.
Just fall through the floor.
Yeah.
So through some no clipping, you
no clip.
you no clip through the floor.
I crouch in the corner and then I just no clip into the boss room.
Goddamn. As your body descends, you feel yourself floating through the deep spiral staircase that once ran through this place. And eventually, you find yourself at a familiar place. The dungeon. A place you frequented quite much in your youth, and a place where now only hollowed memories remained. Lined with... Wait, what? No, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say, you know what room I'm walking to.
Lined on each side with old iron bars, barbed and spiked, so the prisoners could not even lean through. At the far end lines a massive stone door. The door inscribed with a simple phrase: penance. It is sealed. There is no handle. There is no lock. It is simply a slate. But you would know it as a door. Not one that could be accessed by normal people. Only by a chosen few. Will you step into the other side, Valjean?
I will indeed.
As you press your hand to the door, it hums with a very familiar hum. It vibrates under your palm as the world around you takes on a misty form. Stepping through, this place does not exist in a world outside your own. But for the first time in what must be 20 years, you've returned to the 3 cells, each sealed behind a similar door. Its prisoners not able to see the outside, and there is silence here.
My guess is that the room I want in particular is the central one.
The one at
Or
the
the
far end.
I see.
There is one door to your left, one door to your right, and one door at the end of this hall.
I will walk to that door, and just like my continuous no clipping spree, I'll no clip through this door as well.
You begin the process. Both hands against these engravings. And while a light emanated from them for just a moment, something's wrong. You feel a chill run through your body. It's like something is leaking past you. Like some breeze has blown beyond, and as you go to open this, that last gasp of frigid chill blasts past you. And as the doors split down the center and sink into the ground, you bear witness to something strange. A single, solitary, flickering light floating in the center. The massive iron chains that would have once bound this prisoner is no longer here. They've clattered, they've rusted, and from what it seems, they've warped.
Like someone used the magical force to warp these.
They look-
manacles?
Yes, something has morphed this iron into a different form. It's shifted and twisted, they fused together, making it impossible to hold anybody. Do you go in to inspect further?
I'm gonna try to be a little bit diligent when I do so, but I will go in and inspect it. Like essentially, any footstep, any noise that doesn't come from me will immediately just set me off.
That's
Yeah.
understandable. What are you inspecting first? This room really and truly was a stone jail, met only with iron manacles, which frankly were not even manacles because they were spearheads that were pierced into the prisoner's body.
So
And
this
the
is
small flickering light.
okay. So the giant spearheads are, I'm assumingly no longer pointing. They probably couldn't pierce anything.
Yeah, no, they don't even exist anymore. They've
Yeah.
been morphed and torn open. They couldn't cut anything.
What about the light?
It sparks like a little green ember.
Do I remember this being here last time I was here?
No, but from what you remembered, oh, it's the strangest thing. You can't even remember what they looked like. You remember that they were here. You remember that they had to have been. But when you try to recall their face, when you try to recall any other details about this prisoner, they're not here. It's not coming.
Hmm. Does this little mote of green flame have anything else of note?
You could get a little closer and inspect it.
I'll do that. I'll play with fire. Fuck it.
Do you just stick your hand in it?
Yeah, no, I won't. I won't stick my hand into it, but I will kind of cup it in my hands.
As you do, you scoop up this flame, the green turns purple. And as you lift it, it seemingly begins to spread. Notably, it doesn't burn you. Doesn't even seem to hurt. If anything, it feels cold. But it begins to spread to your palms, flattening out and covering your hands in this fire. And then, strangely, it goes out.
Anything? I take it's now dark in this room.
It is.
I take it there's no other clues or none that I could see now since it's dark.
Sadly, not now.
Then in that case, I'm gonna walk out of the room, unless something happens.
Remy, this is when I would like you to turn me down, please. Just a little bit.
Can do. One moment. One second. I have turned you down to 60%.
That should be good. Valjean, as you step over the boundary line, an overwhelming sense of dread hits you. As the flames that had covered your hands and gone out seemingly dance back to life and explode through this space of yours. It covers the walls and creeps across like a blink of flashing light and then coalesces into a form directly in front of you.
It has been a long time. My jailer.
Something tells me this isn't you. Only a facsimile.
They stripped from me my mind. They removed from me my body. They took away my very name. You would know that best, wouldn't you, Moro?
I think the jailer Modem would very well know that, yes.
How many eras have passed? How long have you abandoned your post?
20 years.
Oh, what a flat. A simple flat. And yet you walk above and leave your people, my people, to rot away.
Anything else you want to say to me?
I simply wish to share with you my thanks. For that last piece was all that remained of me. And now, by stepping through the threshold, and your curiosity allowing me to bind to you, well then now, Model, we must move to the final step.
And would you mind telling me what this final step is?
It is complete the goal I started over 500 years ago, when your foolish brother and your predecessor failed where I would have succeeded. And now, Model, I only wish to share with you a simple warning, a simple demonstration to my last of kin. Please, come with me. There is much to show. And I believe, as the last jailer of Foundation, you would have a right to see where your forebears failed. A right to see where your foolish brother failed. Come with me.
I'll humor the weird spirit thing.
The flame flickers, and as it does, it floats further and further through until it reaches the stone door behind you. And while this is where it should stop, this is where it should not be able to pass. The flame looks back to you and passes through.
I'll follow it.
As you step back through, you're nowhere near the dungeon. In fact, you're very high up. Seemingly, even though this is where it should have been, you're not there anymore. You're at the apex of the Castle of Foundation, standing at the tallest spire. And the facsimile of flame is nowhere to be found. But that cool, frigid draft, that sticks around. And a gust of wind flares from beneath your chin up to the sky, up to the rampaging torrent of energy that is spilling from this wound in the magical stream of Genesis, located once where the Tower of Iris stood, now gone. but the cloud remains. It crackles, it sparks. It's a rampaging maelstrom, isolated to that single cloud. And as you turn your eyes to the sky, once more does the voice speak. Now it resonates. It's not in front of you. Instead, it is above you. The cloud flickers to life as once again the voice returns.
Do you see now, mortal?
I see
The
I see a kingdom in a pitiful condition. What's new about
And it
that?
was led to this place by your hand, by your brother's hand, by your foolish laws that drove out me, my sister, that drove us to desperation and left us broken. But I believe that after all this time, Modern, I may be able to fix your failings. Where you and your family fail, I will succeed, as I would have succeeded all that time ago.
I'd love to see you try.
Do you believe that you can stop me again?
Would you like me to put it in terms that you know? Adorum.
So you remember the title that they stripped me of and branded me, that you would still insist on using that name. Speak, because I believe it would go differently this time.
Aye. Masaru Amamin.
Ever the prideful one. You believe yourself honored, but Mara, you don't seem to understand. I have moved far beyond this. Even now, pieces of me reside above. And now, why don't you re-see how well these threats of yours hold up? Because I don't believe that you can stop me this time.
There's a moment where the clouds above split. The maelstrom that is raging above the abyss now seems to twist, to move, to shape, and it descends upon the castle and around you. As it crackles and sparks to life, images of the outside, images familiar to you. The devastation of Foundation, the ruin that came, and the Tower of Iris at it all. Spiraling up to show you the Tower of Crystal rising into the sky. Standing at its apex is another cloud, just like this one, waiting. And as you see these visions flying past you of the time that you lost, the time that has been gone, you begin to see things that you don't recognize. A city you would know, floating high in the sky. A place that has been come to be known as the City of Iris. You witness strange faces, those you don't recognize, climbing this tower. You see fighting and violence in the streets, and then you see the tip of the spear, the apex of the tower, destroyed in a flash. And as these visions fade, and this cloud returns to the peak and forms the sky of this voidless this skyless place, this void in place of the sky, I should say. The voice goes silent. And the void above you, for the first time since you've ever seen it, the void above you begins to vanish too. And everything is quiet.
Valjean is just gonna sigh a little bit and then say, I love inheriting enemies.
Where will you go from here, Valjean?
Well, the magical maelstrom's gone.
Yes.
So I'm assuming the genesis of leakage in the abyss is kind of just went down quite a bit, I assume. Am I wrong, or?
It feels still for the first time that you can remember. It doesn't seem as wild. It doesn't seem the same. It's still there. You know it's still there. You can feel it permeating on your skin. You can see it in the people below, going about as they always have, mindless, lost, confused, angry. But it's not as chaotic. It's more controlled.
The abyss has got some clarity now. Then, in that case, I'll stop. I'll stop. I'll start descending down the tower.
It's definitely not easy. You weren't meant to be up here. But you climb down. You make your way through. And no one bothers you. The abyss seems still. Quiet. And for the old adage, too quiet. Are you leaving? Oh no, yeah, go on.
Of the beings that I do see, what are they like right now?
They're almost in a trance. While normally these demons are lashing out at anything that moves, they're calm is the best way that you can probably put it. They don't seem to be approaching on you They don't seem to be here in that sense. They seem to simply be waiting for something.
Suppose I'll stay here for a moment and see if anything changes. I doubt it will.
It doesn't. They're all just looking up to the sky. Well, the ceiling, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Even do I see the one with like the weird cape, the insignia?
No. No, you don't see anyone around you.
Then unless stopped, I'm gonna start walking back.
The walk back is just as quiet as everything else. The abyss feels wrong. And it feels like even as you ascend, well, you descend, and then you begin to ascend to the cave mouth and the sealed doors, that it's just wrong. And as you reach the doors, something will catch your eye. Cracks. The door that had been sealed behind massive stone, thick granite, and binded off with ancient magics has begun to crack and decay.
Well, that ain't good. That isn't good at all.
Are you leaving the abyss?
Before I do leave, I will look back just to see if anything's there.
From here you can see the entire city. And it's almost like it's slumbering. There is no moaning, there is no crying, there's seemingly no rampage. All you can see are the hundreds of citizens, once human, now twisted and malformed, raising their arms to the sky.
Just side to side, or are they like clasped together or something like that?
Yes. Clasped together.
Oh, so they're like, so it's like they're praying. Really showing some. Oh. Oh no.
Reverence. Are you leaving the abyss, Valjean?
I will now leave. I will now leave the abyss. Yes.
Stepping through the cracked granite gates, you come to a strange sight. Something that wasn't there when you entered. The Oni village, at least the familiar structures of the Oni village, seemingly have taken root right here. Right at the gates of the abyss. Now either they're incredible craftsmen and can work and whip up a whole new village in a few hours, or
That son of a
wasn't
bitch
here
put me in a
before.
time set me forward in time, or at least the area set me forward in time.
A voice will come to you.
Mm-hmm.
Who's you? Me don't know you. It comes from the tent at the closest turn. A large tent. From the people you would know, this is a shaman's tent. As you see a stick poke through one of the flaps, lift it, and an elderly woman shambles through. Me don't know you. Why you come from the home place?
I'm assuming I actually would know a bit of Oni, or something
It's
like
just, it is just ancient Irisian.
that. Hey, Jairus, well, I will just respond in ancient Irisi and just say, just had a little bit of business to do.
Me ain't done seen nobody walk to that abyss. That place been long closed. No man, no woman done walk to that place in many year. So me gonna ask you again. Who's you? Where do you come from?
I assume you have time for a story.
Me got nothing but time.
And with that, not Marum, you got that name stuck in my head now. Valjean will go up to, I guess, like a nearby, anything I could sit on, probably like a tree stump.
She most likely would have beckoned you in. And this is where I'm going to start to wind this all out. Valjean, this woman explains that no one has gone into the abyss in well over 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
That the abyss had been leaking, is the best way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And that during your time, however long it had been, that the abyss was not safe for their young anymore. And thus they could not complete the ritual that they had often done for years of sending their children in to slay a demon. That because of this fear that whatever was happening would only get worse, they moved their village and they set up right outside the abyss, hopefully attempting to keep the Corsan monks away and subsequently seal away and return to the abyss any demons that may have leaked out in their time.
Oh.
You would come to know that it has been 16 years since you entered the abyss. And you've been gone that whole time.
And with that, I'll end that off with fucking, you got it stuck in my head. Valjean saying, "Who's gonna kill me?"
He's gonna kill me. That is where, for now, we'll put a pause to things. Valjean, You would have gotten back over the border, trying to seek out where those visions would lead you. Whatever that was showed you images of that floating eyesore that they call the city, with the tower at the center. You traveled over the border, and the city had only gotten stronger. In fact, the border could only have gotten stronger. While was once 1 or 2 guardsmen, is now loaded with machinery and armed soldiers, knights, as they would become to known, guardsmen and their clockwork army alike. Passing through was an even more dangerous game. Being questioned for hours, eventually being let through. Cities that you did not recognize looking anywhere near as they did when you left. And you would eventually find your way to Halfdir, where the orphanage that you would have sent Isaac would be long gone. You would travel even further to the Undercity in your search to try and find the boy. And you would come up empty-handed. Eventually, you would come into a strange-looking man, one who looked more like one of the Onis, living out of a van, with a cat in tow. And you would purchase this van from him. At the very least, it was easier than wandering around on foot, taking months at a time, and using what little money you had by this point to buy train tickets. The van didn't work. But, well, I shouldn't say it didn't work. It barely worked. And you eventually would finally have a way to go. But one day, there was a sound that came as you traveled. A voice, albeit an irritated one. Though garbled, whether that be unintentional or intentional, an angry woman, maybe not angry, an intense woman, would beckon you.
Did that
Oh, no,
man buy me? Did I buy a haunted van from this man?
At first, you may think so, but the voice comes through with a set of directions to the Ashlands and a destroyed alley next to a bar that has been built back up amidst the ruins.
A little bit of clarification. What are the Ashlands?
The Ashlands are what they call the Undercity. At least the destroyed district of it. The destroyed fourth of it is called the Ashlands because it was burned pretty much to ash. But people have been rebuilding over the past year. The past year that it's been going on. I'd say 6 months. And
Am I like
when
walking through like the Ring City, like right now, type of shit?
you'd be driving to it.
Yeah.
Where you would find a manhole cover. And that is where we are going to transition. Because while I could continue this on, there's other people that we should get to first. Let's just say a very serious, focused woman and her strange, goopy daughter, along with some others, may have taken up residence down there. And they had a bit of a mission for you.
And
in exchange for showing you some things.
And my first thing I'm going to say to that scientist lady, because I've been on the surface for a bit, damn, they really did typecast you for that one episode of Simple Path.
They did typecast you.
Never remind me.
Oh. It's time, though, that we transition to someone else. Someone who, in the midst of the chaos, and even before the city of Iris's uprising even occurred, had already been dissuaded, and, well, dissuade may not even be a strong enough word.
Disillusioned.
Disillusioned. Jumping just a few years back, I believe. Just about 5. As we introduce one of the Knights of Iris. A young man named Endymion. Just as he has reached the border of the Black Spine Mountains, the border where many people have passed through to seek out a better life in the city of Iris. But you aren't entering the city of Iris. You're leaving. Endymion, where are you going? And why are you leaving the place where dreams are brought to reality? The floating city. Why have you become so disillusioned with this place?
Because my dream was granted. And to be just a bit cliche, it turned out to be a nightmare. Unintended. I became a knight. I found out what exactly goes into it. And I found out what exactly being a superpowered beat cop actually felt like. I hated every moment of it. So I left. No clear goal in mind. Just anywhere but here. And I went west. Anywhere west. Hitchhiking, taking the train, eventually just going on foot. Till the soles of my shoes and my boots wore thin. Walked west.
The guard at the gate, as you are leaving. This is before the security got so tight. It was much more lax. Looks over your paperwork. Curious, admittedly, that they don't have too many records on you. But then again, Knights of Iris aren't usually allowed to leave. So thankfully, forging documents seem to be the best way. Eventually, your card, where you would keep your Irisian Sill, would be traded out in exchange for the currency of the old world, as they called it. Silver and gold. And they sent you on your way, moving through the glassed mountains that had been destroyed in a previous war, now left as a memorial, etched in the carvings of the fallen soldiers that died. You cross that border, and you start walking. Do you have a goal in mind, Endymion? Where do you intend to go?
If I knew what exactly I wanted to do with my life, I wouldn't be. And I wouldn't be the person that I am. But, hopefully, leaving the city will help me spend a little time not being bombarded by propaganda and yes men and other equally depressed knights. Or, God forbid, ones who have drunk the Kool-Aid. So, leaving might give me a bit more understanding. Broaden my horizons. Give me a better idea. Problem is, away from the city leads me to being exposed to those who have a very, very dim view of knights and anything that is a product of Iris. So I'll go west. As I go, I do everything I can to cover myself, any traces of my past life. Discard my weapon, discard my armor, cover myself, I dress myself in simpler clothing, trade out polymers and nylon for hemp and cotton, cloak, just walk. Maybe, though it is risky, I more want to take my chances with the people on the western side of the world than I do with the east. At the very least, they might not know who I am, but if an Irisian official, officer, recognizes me, I'm probably going to be dragged in for interrogation, maybe eventually execution. So, I'm going to go in the exact opposite direction. Maybe somewhere along the way, be able to make a more informed worldview after finding out a little bit of what it's like to live on this side. Maybe the folks in Greshik know a little bit more about this whole conflict. Dark underside, Iris. The government works so hard to obscure.
The walk is an arduous one. Without the comforts of Irisian travel, and frankly, there's one thing you would know. They would teach you it even when you were a guard, before you were knighted. Greshik is not an easy place to find. Everyone knows where it is, but no one knows how to get to it. Even the people of Greshik don't know how to get to it. But eventually you find yourself standing outside of the Forest of Whispers, the Mirage Forest. A place filled with confusing mists and vapors and dense trees. More of a jungle than a forest, but jungle of Mirage never really flowed as good. And so, since the Greshiki called it something different, the Irisians gave it that name. Standing at the precipice.
Money after it.
Yes, they did.
Philistines.
Philistines indeed. You are standing at the precipice, and I assume that Dimian is set to jump. Entering in. Oh yeah, go.
Can't
I'm sorry.
decide whether he wants to turn around and go back. Hope his souls bleed. Take his chance with Greshik and Mirage Forest. Before he can double think himself and double guess and hesitate anymore. He just takes a step. The undergrowth. Before he can think another thought.
Not allowing himself to second guess, you stumble in. And after 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps, the entrance is no longer there. Even if you wanted to turn around, there wouldn't be one to find. As you make your way in, you would be wandering. Maybe it was days. Hell, it could have been months. Greshik certainly isn't a hard place to find, but its dense forests at the very least are a constant source of life. So at the very least, if you're wandering around for years on end until you find the place, if you've got some skill at it, scrounging and scavenging can save you. But as the time ticks on, and the more the time ticks, your body will start to fail you, seemingly no closer to the city of Greshik. And now, with no way home, either. As you reach that brink, as Dimian feels that light fading, one fateful night, while he's slumped up against a tree, a ball of fire seemingly dances past his vision. You hear this sound of not rustling, but this sound of emanating light, this radiant chime that moves between the trees effortlessly. And it seems to be getting closer to him. How would Dimian respond to seeing something like this?
Curiosity, mostly, but also wariness. Because in a forest named for its mirages, there could be anything that can lead you astray. And he's never been very much of a survivalist. But he's here anyway, and he's not dead yet, so why not indulge the curiosity? He'll carefully step after the ember.
As you pick up its trail, the little light that bounces through the trees moves in strange directions. Directions that frankly don't make any sense. You move, and you U-turn, and you seemingly just seem to be going back to the same place over and over and over again. You're looping around in what is obviously circles, making infinity signs through trees, and eventually this goes on for what seems like hours. And though these misguided, strange directions don't seem to make sense, the thing never stops moving. Until finally, on that fateful night, the light halts. And though it has no arms, no mouth to speak, it begins to flash, brighter and then slowly dim, and flash bright and slowly dim.
Dimian, who has come this far, is likely sweating both through exertion, humidity of the force, and also the self-containment of his own magical genesis, as he has been bottling that up since making the trip across the Black Spine. He's going to stop for a moment, breathe, try to ignore the pain in his feet, draw down the hood of his cloak, and then just watch the light for a bit. He gets the distinct feeling that it's trying to say something. It has not even the foggiest clue where to begin.
As you approach, you are approaching. I need to make sure. Yes.
Eventually, if it
Yeah.
just keeps blinking like that, he'll draw closer.
Yeah. As you approach, you hear a voice hit your ears. You will die soon.
Rather than rebut it, he just nods and says, "Yeah, I will."
Why do you do this to yourself?
I'd rather die than become a monster.
The light glistens around you, slowly moving, becoming dimmer. I will die soon too.
Why?
I would rather die than become a monster.
Taking a step closer. Well, we're the same in that. He's going to kind of sink down to the forest floor and say, "Well, seeing as we're both kind of on borrowed time, why don't we trade stories?"
I have no story to tell. If I did, it has been long lost to me. What I offer you is that I have made it my mission to allow those who wander this forest a chance. If you step beyond those 2 trees, and she'll kind of float over to these 2 trees that have kind of curled their branches over each other,
Creating an arch.
you will find your... Yes. A portcullis almost. That circular arch, and it's just, obviously no gate. If you step beyond the boundary, you will arrive in Greshik.
What about you?
I only regret and lament that I can no longer carry more people to this place. I will burn out, and you will be my last guiding visitor.
Tim takes a moment as he thinks that over. Says, "That seems like a bit of a waste. Not exactly sticking around for very long. A bit of a waste of a gift, to be honest. Me of all."
Life is a funny and fickle thing. We don't get to decide where it will take us, no matter how much we would like to. And if I spent the remainder of this roaming and helping those to find a new life, then perhaps it was worth it. But you remind me of someone. Someone I knew a long time ago. But only in faded memories. I am sorry to see you go so soon.
speechless for a moment. Takes a minute for him to unclench his vocal cords. Say, I think you're the only person I've ever heard say anything like that. Don't think I've ever actually heard anybody say they'd miss me if I was gone.
For all of the people in your life who you have met, of all that you did not hear, imagine all of the words that you wished to speak, but you did not. I am certain that there are more. But if I am the first, then I will take this with pride, as my soul and my essence will fade.
Said you guide people here in the forest.
It is all I can remember.
Teach me to.
I don't know.
She floats. Well, the spirit, I guess I should just call it a she. Or them a she.
I have never met anyone who would be willing to take up that mantle, but
Could think of way worse things to spend what time I've got left doing. I mean, I'm on my way here, and everything I heard about this forest is that even the natives get lost. I think people could use a guide. And I've spent a long time trying to find something worthwhile to do with my life. I thought I'd found it, and it was all a lie. Figure.
I am sorry. I cannot say that I remember anything else, but what I can do I can offer you something. What is your name?
Damien Lupara. My friends call me Dim.
Damien, I see that there is something different about you. Like your aura, your soul is not your own. You are broken, and you stay broken. You choose to be broken.
There's a bitter grimace on his face as he says, yeah. That was all part of my dream.
Your fractured soul, it leaks. And she begins to float again. This orb of radiance just makes its way to you. And it will continue to do just that. I can sense it even now. Something you have done. Something that has happened to you. It will be your end. But if you truly wish to take up my only purpose, there may be something I can do for you. I believe. Anyways.
Well, this kind of wraps his knuckles across his chest bone and says, "You can thank the Quacks and Iris, the floating city, for that." Thinking about it, though, my soul's shattered and broken and stuff. Maybe there's space in there for more.
I have never heard of this place, but I feel as if I may have known it in my life. If you would allow, Dimian, allow me to take residence within your body, within your soul. And as my last act, I would wish to give you a second chance.
For a moment, old habits from being part of the Night Corps almost kick in. There's like cracking wise about the whole taking residence in your life. And then he shakes it off, sets his face in a grimace and says, "Honestly, the worst that can happen."
Hold out your palm, Dimian.
Extends his hand and says, "Do you remember your name?"
I do not remember much of anything. I awoke one day and only knew that I had to help people. And so I did. Though memories of mine are fragmented and come in waves, I hear the word Aza. I believe that may have once been my name.
It's a nice name. I'm jealous.
Well, I can only hope that it is mine. She floats her orb-like body into your hand, and you feel a warmth. It doesn't burn. It's like you're standing on the outskirts of a campfire, and you feel that heat wash over you. It's homely. We may not speak for a very long time, and I do not know what will happen, but what I can promise you is that we will meet again. I don't know how, but I feel it.
This is a second chance for both of us. Let's make the best of it.
Then for now I will rest.
Miss Taza.
The orb begins to flicker and dim, shrinking in your palm. But as it does, you feel that warmth rush through your body, slowly. It's a residual feeling. It's like it's filling your veins with that presence. that comfort. It's like it's washing over you as a veil. And before you, your vision mists over for just a second. And the illusions and the mist and the fog, they're no longer there for you. In fact, you see a golden light trailing through, almost as if it's guiding you back. This golden chain, as it is, leading you directly to that archway. It's leading you home.
First time in a very long time my eyes have been clear. Vision is clear and unclouded. I know where to go. I'll move my way through the Mirage Forest. Find Greshik.
Greshik. What a strange place. Is the first thing that Dimian most likely would think. There are residents here from all walks of life. Some of them almost like beastkin. They bear the traits of animals. Others are the incredibly rare and... Oh my goodness, we got a raid. I did not realize.
Yeah, just as you were describing that little bit. You gotta
Oh
reach
my
right from
goodness.
the dungeon lounge.
Right as we also hit... Where does we also hit an ad?
Yes, just as we were saying that. It's always perfect timing. Yes, we got some raiders and they brought their friends along. I hope you guys enjoyed whatever you were playing. Please kick your feet up, enjoy, relax. If you need to go. We're starting off the second season of our
There we
Genesis
go.
game, Sunday game.
Indeed, we are in the prologues right now. We're on session 0.5 as it is, because the prologues have taken quite a while, but we're actually rapidly approaching the end of our prologues. And I say rapidly, but we should actually get to try out this new system. Yeah.
Don't we have 2 more? Or am
We
I
have two
thinking?
more.
Come on.
We have 2 more. And those are both going to not be nearly as long, because these are characters we've seen before. Returning to this. Thank you, Raiders, for coming on in and supporting Quest.
Thank you.
Greshik is a strange place from what you are used to. As I said, there are people that bear animal-like qualities about them. They are in tune with nature. People don't wear the clothes of Iris. They don't have the phones and the vehicles and everything. This place's industry is located solely within itself. And strangely, there are some things that remain. Golems, if you could call it that, shaped like goats. It's very strange, and some of them tend to scream at you. It looks like...
Anytime that happens, it just kind of recoils away, and anytime you got a quiet one, just culture shock.
Yeah. In particular, though, the houses are made from, well, whatever can be found, wood if they're lucky, except for one building, a massive ziggurat in the center, carved from stone with no entrances, simply staircases that lead to the top. Your entry is not met with kindness. It is met with wary gazes and concern. As the time would tick by, you would know this is common. Greshik is an isolated nation, And though massive, in comparisons to a city, it could easily be comparable to one of the Irisian districts. While that doesn't sound like much, for a village like this, that's impressive. It's a city, if anything, if you could call it that. The question would then simply be, would you remain here? Or would you take residence in the forest?
I think Dim would come to the quick realization that he doesn't belong here. As nice and idyllic as it would be to just kind of shack up here and learn to live with nature and get to know the people who were once so vehemently proclaimed to be his enemies, this place is weird. I don't want to live with screaming goat people. I don't want to get yelled at in the street. Even if it is just a natural reaction or something, that's just stressful. I had enough stress back in my roots.
Screaming goat golems, to
Sorry,
be
golems,
specific.
yes. Which implies that somehow someone programmed them to do that.
Yes.
If I were a more
Yes, they did.
confrontational person, I would want a word with that person.
I just realized something.
What did you realize, Fray?
Quest, I may or may not be the person responsible for that.
Why am I not surprised?
Oh yeah, you had a goat character for the one shot.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
We ran our way.
Why
Yeah.
am I not surprised?
And his,
Way is
and his
responsible
four-
for it.
and
Yeah.
his four
Screaming
construct and his four construct goat companions, uno, dos, tres, and cuatro.
And
Yeah,
that's why
oh.
Greshik is Spanish coded.
Yeah, Quattro itself was actually Quattro himself was meant to die, but he was the only goat that survived the final fight. So Fray told me that he would build a bunch of goat golems to protect Greshik, and that exists still. Yeah, Quattro lives on.
I'm responsible for probably like the weirdest shit in this universe.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
The silliest shit, at least.
So Dim's resolution is to assist the people enter the forest and exit Greshik. Guide them through. Help them navigate the hazards of the misty forest. And live in between all the other times he needs to guide people. I think he's going to do his best to live in a self-sufficient fashion within the Mirage Forest. I think he's going to live by himself for a time. He needs time to himself, he needs time to think, and to foster, for one, to learn whatever it is Alaza has to teach him, to give her a chance to rest, recoup her strength. He also unsure of he's unsure if he's ever going to be able to live that long within the city without betraying either his knight past or whatever Aza is and how the people of Greshik might respond to her. Definitely doesn't want religious crazies coming after him or worshipping him. Both seem terrible. Both seem like a massive hassle.
Indeed. How long would you stay in the Forest of Mirages? Years, I would assume.
Years, definitely. He'd occasionally pop into Greshik. Well, when he's not guiding people in or out of it. Probably find a way of setting up a method of people alerting him whenever they need to get out of Greshik, get in. And I think occasionally popping into Greshik either for resupply on some things that he himself can't procure while in the forest, and also just sometimes taking a moment for human point on talking to some people, maybe some traders, travelers, natives, getting clued in on the strokes of happenings in the world and within the forest and the city. Staying up to date. But never sticking around for too long. He'd be there for years, though. Probably be some of the most peaceful time he would have spent his entire life.
The years would roll. And roll on they would. Years that, frankly, you wouldn't even realize most of the time. Time isn't really kept in a place like this, though there are some celebrations that would celebrate the turning of another year. To the people of Greshik, they didn't care. They simply wanted to live in the now.
There's something liberating about not having a clock hanging on the wall constantly.
And it's how the people have always done it. Over the years that you would have traveled the Mirage Forest, people would come and go, and you would see your fair share of strange happenings. In particular, some of the more bestial things that preside in the Mirage Forest. Monstrous worm creatures and horrific howling at the night. Not even of beasts, you're quite sure. Rumors of demons, monsters that had roamed the forest for long, long periods. And you would hear the tales of the guiding light, of what Aza was, leading people in. And eventually those tales would start to be told of you as well. Not necessarily venerated, but offerings would be left at the entrance to Greshik for you. Food, water, children's toys. As if to ward safety and to allow those who would leave or who would arrive safe passage. Maybe not a deity, but there was some venerance to the title which you held. That was until, and you were content to live your life like this. You were happy to. However, you would meet someone curious 5 years later. Hey Jake,
Yes.
you feel like reprising your role real quick?
Sure thing.
You would have gotten a good sense for this place, Dim. When someone would enter and would wander, you'd find the people who were confident. And sometimes you would accompany them, speak with them. And this was someone who had come and gone once or twice. And you would have even known that you could tell that this person had wandered through even before you took up the mantle that Aza left behind. As a man with some bestial features and a 10-gallon hat, strong mustache, would eventually, in search of knowledge of the spirits, find himself in the forest of mirages. And normally you would let a type of person like this pass by. They seem to know their way around. But they seem to have an air about them. An air much like your own. Within them seemed to sit a soul. More than just their own. And that would have probably given you some interest. And interest or not to seek it out, this person would have actually found you. As standing before you is Caladan.
As Caladan approaches this figure, he waves him down and says, "Good day to you."
Dim, at this point, 5 years later, he's a bit older. He's got a bit of a scruff beard. Overall, he himself, though, is not impressively built. He's a average height, slender young man who's spent a lot of time in the forest. So he himself is dressed in modest clothing, undyed and stitched, cinched with cords around certain places, and most importantly of all, cloaked in a cloak that seems to be made of, well, the original impression is that it was a cloak that might have had leaves sewn to it, but it looks more like it's a cloak that's, the underside is made of loam. Out from it, ivy leaves and vines and sprouts, odd flowers, or mushrooms even sprout and create a undergrowth across the cloak and the hood that draws close around himself, obscuring most of his body and face. He looks at Caladan for a moment, considers, and then says, "Haven't I seen you on a poster somewhere?"
Damn it.
Oh, so you've heard about the goings-on over there, yeah? And at this point, Caldan, I'd say, would probably be in a bit of a similar state. His city clothes have probably been all worn at this point. The pair of jeans he had on has long since become, like, very worn down and browned with his travels. He's probably got himself a bit of a shoulder cloak of sorts, and he's got himself like a walking stick, almost, on top of his 10-gallon hat.
10-gallon hat.
Yeah, he just looks in one direction and says, I kind of figured word would have traveled.
I mean, I hear about the conflict sometimes. I know that Grove's always looking for more people to fling at their various issues. All I saw was just, I think it was like a recruitment poster or something like that.
Something like that. In another life, maybe I would have taken up something in their ranks, but this just ain't that life. That's not the life for me, you know.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think it's in most people's better judgment not to throw in with them. They mean well, but that's how you road to the abyss and all.
Speaking of which, I'm looking for passage back into Greshik, I believe. I need to seek some spiritual counsel. Things are really bad over there, and I need to talk to someone. Anyone, really. Or
Over there, you mean Iris?
yeah, over at Iris, things are getting real ugly, very ugly.
Walk with me.
I'd love to explain more, but it's like where to begin, really. That's why I've been needing to consult with the spirits. I mean, I have some spiritual contact myself, and he just pauses for a moment and just kind of holds up a hand. It's hard to explain.
Take a deep breath. You found the right guy. Walk with me. I'll bring you to Gresham. While we're walking, tell me whatever you think needs saying. Personally, what the hell is happening over there?
Do you want the abridged version or the whole thing?
Well, probably best to start with the abridged version. Sometimes it's 5 minutes and sometimes it's an hour to get to Gresham. Ram City moves. But everything I know and everything I can do, I've never been able to nail down exactly why that is.
Let's just say someone over in Iris is planning something major.
Oh, major.
And involves awakening a god.
Gives you a very, like, even past the high collar of the cloak, Dimian is looking at you with a look that can only be described as owlish. His brow is knit tightly and his eyes are wide open, and he says, "Yeah, you're right, this is serious.
Yeah, you could tell from the look on Calden's face. It's very grim. His eyes do not speak any sarcasm to you. He's saying this straight faced as ever.
What are you doing over there?"
Well, I can explain more once we get walking. But I mean to maybe step off of that for a brief moment. My name's Calden.
Oh, Dimian, but dim to my friends.
Dim. Kind of like that name, actually.
Thank you. Alden's a pretty cool name as well.
What an exchange.
Should have seen my grandfather's, and he kind of
What was it? 50
and kind of moves to one side.
Was it a 50-gallon? Oh, they're being bros. This makes me happy. But I will say this to you, Caladan, for this moment. The walk that you would have had from Iris to the Undercity to Hulfdir to Valspar to getting on over, it would have taken you about a month with travel. Which is why this all syncs up pretty well.
Hence the necessity for travel clothes like what he has.
Exactly. You've probably been traveling on the road for at least another month, and that kind of lines up with something that's about to happen. These two men, attuned incredibly, more than most people would have by this point, to the actual streams that live and flow through, the life stream that is Genesis, would be some of the first to feel what was about to happen. The walk took far longer. The city seemingly moving every 10 minutes. It causes Dim to be a little bit harder on the walk. This isn't normal. Something is wrong. And even in the largest nexus of natural Genesis that is Greshik, that is the Forest of Mirage, you can taste the magical stream of Genesis on the air. It's heavy. There's something permeating even over here. And you finally approach Greshik. Finally, the place stops moving. And as you both step through the threshold into the long, ancient city, the long-lost ancient city, I should say, the ground begins to quake. And you feel something yank the souls from your body. Cal, for a moment, you lose connection with that spirit that called to you all that time ago. And Dim, the same with you, with Aza. You've always felt her. She's never spoken to you all this time. She hasn't been able to. But you know that she's there. And for the first time in a long time, you feel that connection sever. If only for a moment. And that, I've been really looking forward to describing this, by the way, because no one has been able to actually witness it when it happened.
Dim is like, the moment he sees me, for a moment he feels empty. He clutches at his chest as the connection returns. Scary like that.
The sky twinges purple as in your ears there is the thundering sound of an explosion followed by a light. The sky isn't turning purple. Something is so bright that you can see it from all the way over here. You turn your sight to the east,
and in the sky is an erupting pillar of purple flame set ablaze, and it's now caused even the skies and the Black Spine Mountains that you can see from Greshik. They begin to glow. They begin to resonate. The ground quakes as if the earth itself was in fear of what was to come. And that fog that hangs around Greshik, that mist, begins to dance to life, begins to recede. It begins to pull back. And a stillness fills the city. Though there is panic amidst what may happen, eventually it begins to stop. The mist slowly returns. But it's not over. The sky itself above you shatters. As if the cracks, as if the sky, the clouds, now twinged purple, were just an illusion, were just glass. And they crack as the explosion rings out. As you all would turn your eyes to the shattered sky, there is an incorporeal feeling. Not incorporeal, inexorable. There we go, that's the right word. A powerful, overwhelming feeling of frigid dread. It's as if you're standing at the gates of the abyss themselves. The shattered sky remains in the direction, and that light will still remain towards the city of Iris. Though you can't see it from here, you both would be familiar with the path. I'll pause there for now. Let you all react.
Kaladin, after the jolt of feeling the severing with his own spirit, turns and looks at this apocalyptic scene unfolding just behind them. And while all transpires, he loses grip of his walking stick and just holds with his arms, or just holds his arms out, his mouth agape, his eyes widened, his ears kind of folded back, and he's just dumbstruck, awestruck. And when it begins to kind of conclude, I suppose, he just shakes his head and just mutters, "No, no, 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 no."
Dim isn't much better. He's fallen to his knees. He's clutching his hands onto the. He's clutching himself in his arms, and he's without words as he watches the sky crack and light a fire. All he can do is clutch to Aza.
I never fucking left. I shouldn't have fucking left. No, 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 no. Fuck. What the fuck are we gonna do now? No.
I don't know. I don't know. What the fuck happened?
I'm wondering the same thing. I don't think I've ever seen something like that. Ever. The sky just broke like fucking glass. Oh no.
Dim,
Hang on.
looking at the ground, looks inside himself for a moment to check on Aza and says, "I'm going to go back. I don't see some fearsome god coming over the horizon. I don't. Maybe there's a chance.
I mean, I would certainly hope so myself, but I wouldn't know what this god coming back would look like, so let's...
It's not. He grabs Kaladin by the shoulder. I don't know what the fuck's going on either, but let's not fall to pieces just yet.
Right.
As
You know, I
Sorry.
kind of resolved to come back to Greshik myself, but with all this going on, I don't know. Maybe it's time I went back myself. I know I came this far, but I gotta know.
If nothing else, then this is a hell of a sign to go home.
I mean, my family's back in Iris. We moved there from Greshik, so I need to know if they and my friends are okay too.
There's a few internal calculations. Yeah, how would we put it? He does a little bit of mental math as things. You have to leave the people without a clear way of navigating through the forest. Something about what just happened messed with the way that Rikshik was moving. Maybe it was scared.
Must have been.
I intend to go back. Need to know what happened to the city. Okay, sorry, listen. I'm from there. I used to live there. It was my home. Left it
You
behind.
too.
Long story.
That makes two of us. Well, in a way.
It's a part of me that can't leave this. Leave that. I said good riddance. I never knew the place would blow up. I'm gonna assume. I'm gonna go back. Are you going to go back as well?
Alden, even though he said what he said before, he pauses for a moment and just looks back at his homeland. He looks back over the forest. He looks back over that familiar feeling he always gets when it comes. That he always got when he came back here. Granted, it was all of once, but still, the connection he has to the place is strong, and yet he feels just a strong connection to the friends he made back in the city. And he turns to Demi and says, or rather, he nods first slightly and says, I think it's time I head back as well. Though before we do, would you mind if I check on something real quick?
Honestly, it's probably going to take us a day or two to prepare for the trip. The roads are going to be in chaos. Everything's going to be thrown for a loop. We're going to want to be prepared. It's not like we're going to set out and be there within a day. It's going to be at least a month of travel on foot. So make sure you're prepared. Talk to who you gotta. I need to do some preparation of my own. Whatever the fuck just happened. It's time sensitive,
Gotcha.
probably, but let's be honest, we're working on a scale of days, not in hours. I'll go back.
Considering how far it is,
Go with you.
I
When
agree.
we get there, you find your family.
Thank you. For someone I just met, I thank the spirits that I found you, or that I met you.
I met somebody when I came here, and she said that all she ever wanted to do, and all she ever did, was try and help people. I try and live by that. I believe we need more good in this world.
This is where I'll start to pull the scene just a little bit. The next few days were some of the strangest that either of you two gentlemen would have ever experienced. More than the shattered sky, that would heal. But you two are different. You can see things that other people can't. You would come to realize that that crack was more than that. That the sky was more like a river, more like veins. And there were souls moving through them. In the next few days, as the cracking sky healed, and the purple faded, and the fires were controlled and gone, you would see more and more spirits wandering through Greshik, entering into people's bodies, finding new homes. Whatever had happened, was it death on a grand scale? Or was it something letting these spirits go? You weren't sure. They never stuck around long enough to speak. The trip back to Iris between the both of you would be one rife with chaos. It would have taken, normally, a month to get out and get to Iris, but there were no guards at the border. Walking through was not the priority those days. Took you short work, only about 20 minutes, frankly, to get out of the forest itself. And the walk over, which would seemingly be an arduous process, there was no one to greet you at the Black Spine Mountains. Word would spread fast of what happened that day. Word of terrorists led by the fugitive Pillar Knight Ausar King, seemingly missing, having destroyed the Tower of Iris in a successful attack along with Grove. More was being investigated, but none of them had been found. Though these would be faces the Kaladin would remember, Dimian, you would really only know of one of them, that being Ausar King, who was declared killed in action. Well, not necessarily killed in action because he was a terrorist, but he was labeled as deceased. As you approached, Cal and Dim, a spirit would approach you. One that would be familiar to you, Cal. In particular, it would be that of a tiefling girl. She wouldn't say much as she approached you that night. Both of you settling into your room in Halfdir, set to meet to the Undercity the following day. You had both felt disturbances on this walk every few months. And though there was anxiety that what happened that day would happen again, it never did. You were always drawn to these wounds. This tiefling appeared, sitting on your bed, as you were attempting to turn in for the night. Well, beds, I should say, but she's sitting on a bed. Unless you're cuddling.
We must conserve warmth.
We must conserve warmth in this heated building. And she doesn't say much. What she does speak is directed at you, Cal. Thank you for trying. I'll see you again. In a different form.
Cal blinks briefly, looking at this, at the phantom image, and he simply remarks, "Wait, I recognize you. You're Alsaris, yeah?"
She doesn't respond. She just simply closes her eyes and gives a nod and a weak smile. In the end, he was still my father. My mother was wrong. I'll see you soon, Caladan. And her visage fades. And she's gone.
Cal will,
As-
Cal
Yeah,
will
go.
quietly. Yeah, sorry. Cal will quietly reply with a nod at nothing in particular. I hope to see you as well. Before doing his best to turn in the rest of the way.
As the days carried on, and you would set off to the Undercity, there was a stop, one of the many stops on the train along the way. Small villages, rest stops that would let people get out, stretch their legs, let the crew rest. There would be a feeling in your chest. Dim specifically. Another wound was opening soon. And it was south of your position. A place you would know well. The scrapyard. Caladan, you wouldn't feel it. As if this wasn't for you. But you did feel a pull towards Iris. The question I would ask, would you two go your separate ways, at least for now?
Didn't say anything about the feeling in his chest.
After the run-in with Rhea, Dim's been a little bit quiet, more so than usual. But he would eventually stop as they were moving, and he would say, "What are you gonna do here? It's another one of those airs. Take care of it." Right.
Yes.
Given we're able to kind of sense each other, am I able to have a feeling for where Kel is? At least in a general direction when we're distance apart.
I would say so, yeah. I would say that is definitely something that you guys would have established between each other just on these walks.
Right. Well, Cal's response to this would be to look at Dim, kind of leaning on a wall and saying to him, "Do you feel all right taking care of this on your own, or would you need me?"
Well, we do, but it's always good to have it's always nice to have somebody. It's nice to have somebody watching your back. But I also know you've got family in Iris that we've been asking like hell to get back to. So, do you feel like you need to go do that? Find each other.
I'll always have that. I'll always have that feeling of where you are. No worries. If you have to go and settle this on your own, then, well, I'd hate to do that to you, since even though we just met. But regardless, I have a good feeling about you.
Likewise. See you around, Kaladin.
Yeah, Calden will extend a hand to probably a forearm and say, "I'll catch you around too, Dim."
Yeah. clasps him around his forearm, sort of in like a one hand around his forearm, then gives his whole arm a shake and says, "It's been fun traveling with you. Even under the circumstances, nice to meet you. Never thought I'd meet a kindred soul."
Likewise. Let's hope the roads of fate allow us to cross paths again someday.
I'm sure they will.
Soon, hopefully.
There's one thing I'm good at.
All right.
It's finding people.
Ain't that the truth?
I hope you find your family.
Thank you. Farewell, friend.
See you in the city.
And he will take his walking stick and presumably if we are beginning to move again, then Cal will join the others on the trip over.
Then will make his way towards the tear, the wound.
And that is where we get to our final two. Though I will say, Cabal, you find yourself, just because frankly this should be said, considering that Cal probably won't be around as much, so I'd like to at least close him up. Cal, you would climb on the train that day, and you would see the devastation of the Undercity. Making your way in, you would eventually follow that compulsion. And it leads you through the Undercity into the Ashlands, at least the place that they now call the Ashlands. Something is pulling you to a little bar. Place that doesn't make much sense. Barely rebuilt. As you find yourself at a manhole cover, waiting to descend. You would have arrived, and most likely taken up shop with Genevieve and the others. A little place to meet back up. And we can absolutely have that really wonderful, wholesome moment after we get out of the prologue sessions. We can totally do that later.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can save the wholesomeness for another time.
Absolutely. Primrose, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Finally getting to you guys. You were the last one to remain before the pillar went up. Everybody was sucked in as a tear opened up around you. And as the explosion from the immense amount of magical and natural genesis colliding with one another, the energy destroying itself, Ausar sits on the ground, lays on the ground, missing an arm, and barely stringing it to life at this point. But you're still there. The tear hasn't taken you yet. Nausar's looking at you as the world falls into ruins. Hey kid, he says to you.
Yes, sir.
Learn to live a little, yeah?
Is it worth it?
He kind of closes his eyes a little bit. And he lets out a little... Yeah, kid. Yeah, it's worth it.
Then, for you, I'll give it a shot. And
Good.
she's like, have tears streaming down her face.
Now I got one last order for you.
Yes.
And I'll kind of reach over and though he sliced off his own arm, thankfully he's still got his sword on him, at least near him. He kind of reaches out, and the sword and the scabbard kind of click to his hand, and he pushes it basically into your chest. Give him hell for me.
Yes, sir.
You got a long way to go, kid. You'll get there.
I will. I have to.
You feel yourself yank as the portals and the tears that have opened finally take you. And as it does, you bear witness, now with sword in hand, as Ausar closes his eyes, kind of gives a little shrug, and it all goes bright for you. Everyone is around you for a moment. You're at the back of the pack. You can see everyone, but it's quickly becoming apparent to you that they're not sticking around for long. First, Valen gets yanked away. This area is blue and purple and green, and it's this bright colors as you're flowing through this stream of energy. You don't know where you're going. Valen gets sucked away. Then Genevieve, then Tuare, then Doku. And of course, Marquis and Eugene are nowhere to be found at this point. All that's left are you and Cal. Or not Cal.
Cabal.
Cabal. Sorry, so used to saying Cal. Cal ain't here.
They're very similar names, to be fair.
Yeah, they do have very similar names. Please forgive. You know, Cal showed up. And Cal's just here like, huh? How'd I get here?
Oh. Anyways.
And then for just a moment, a bright white light hits you both. And you're both separated. But Primrose, you haven't arrived anywhere. If anything, you're floating. You're drifting in a white space. And then there's a voice. A moment of your time, dear.
I think time is one of the only things I have left.
For the first time in a long time, you feel a chill run across your body. Not one of malice, not one of fear, but of your skin touching the air. As your suit begins to clatter, ever so slightly, and almost unhook itself from your body. And it takes up shape across from you. And the lights, though generally glowing green, if I remember correctly, they
Yes.
green or purple? Yeah. Yes.
Light green, yeah.
They begin to shift to a blue.
Evil? No, I'm kidding.
God fucking damn it. No! Not Geeble. Damn it.
Can we not?
He has risen.
Even here, Geeble reigns. Anyways, no. You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you, my dear?
It would seem so. I must deserve it.
You sound like my brother.
Who is your brother?
My brother is the man who put you in that suit.
I don't even want to speak his name, lest I vomit out whatever food I had last.
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this. But I feel that now is the time, as it is only right. My name is Dr. Harmus Worf. And I am the reason that you have not been able to leave that suit.
You are equally as bad as your brother.
In my actions, yes. But I assure you, my reasons for this are not as malicious. Do you remember what happened when Lazarus put you in that suit?
He ordered me to fly, in which I could not. And the next thing I knew, there was an explosion. And I was falling.
Do you remember? No, I don't suppose you would.
What is it?
You did not survive that fall, dear.
But I woke up.
You did. But you shouldn't have.
Are you saying I've just been dead this whole time? Is that it?
Well, yes. But how do I put this? Do you know what powers this suit?
That would be me.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Well, I've been with you for quite some time now, and I've learned quite a bit about this program that I started. That damned accursed program. Your suit functioned very similarly to how those Pillar Knight's crystals work. Though your body should not have survived, it would have gone into the suit. And from there, well, you would have been the perfect puppet. You should not be alive. Because that suit should have been your new body. However, I stepped in and intervened.
Why would you intervene with something that is your own design?
Because I'm not proud of what I did, and I'm not proud of what it turned my brother into.
I see.
I will have died as a traitor and as a monster. And I take on those titles. I will not deny them. I
Good.
am. But I regretted what would happen. And as I'm sure Genevieve will tell you,
Genevieve.
none of us are proud of what we did. At least none of the sane ones. And my brother, who worked the project with us,
lambasted and thrown to ruin for my actions. It drove him to madness. I had hoped that there would come a time when his project could be complete, that I could inhabit this suit. I could speak to him again. But I failed. And your survival was based on my failure. You're only alive now because of it. Well, that's not entirely true. What I am telling you, dear, is that I don't know if you'll ever be able to live without this suit. But there may be hope. However, this is a rare opportunity. Were this any other situation, I don't believe we could ever speak. So I will offer you the same thing that Ausar offered those children in the wake of my failure. I will allow myself to return to the stream here, if you would allow nature to take its natural course, if you would wish to die. Or I can remain with you, and you can remain with this suit, and we can see if there is another way, of which I cannot promise you. But there is a very real chance that should you take this, and should you die, you will find no peace. You may be set into this suit as a puppet.
Primrose looks down at her own body, at her hands. Pauses for a moment to think. She thinks back on what Ausar told her before she ended up in this white space. And she thinks to herself, live a little. And then she looks up at Worf, looks him dead in the eyes, in the suit's eyes, so to speak, and says, you know, I really do hate you for what you did. Now explaining all of this to me. But taking the time to set things right and go back and attempt to fix what you did, that I can respect. I really do. And were this any other situation, I might just give up and die. But I was given orders. Last, final orders. And in the end, I would rather be completely free, even in death. Freedom is what I want. It's all that I want anymore. I've spent my life belonging to everyone else but myself. And so, if there's an opportunity to fix that, I'm gonna take it. And besides, I have unfinished business. Some people need to get their ass kicked.
The suit will kind of bow its head and nod. You sound like Genevieve now.
I do respect the woman.
Well, I should hope so. She sure as hell respects me. Not sure why, but if that is your decision, Primrose Alphonse, then I will respect it. I cannot promise you when, because I don't know myself. But from this point onwards, your life is your own. And though I cannot free you from this suit, that will be your mission. And I apologize for haunting you.
It's okay. It's finally good to put a face to the presence that has been here this whole time, I suppose.
Yes, I suppose. Are you ready then, my dear?
Yes, but on one condition.
Well, I'm not sure that I can make any conditions right now in this state, but yes.
It's a simple one. Don't call me your dear.
Oh. Well, I suppose that's fine. I doubt we'll be able to speak ever again, unless, well, the worst happens, in which case, even then. Farewell then. And I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you. And thank you for fixing everything you've done. Or at least trying to.
I was about to say I haven't done it yet.
Well,
In fact, I quite literally died trying.
that means you put ample effort into it. Like I said, I respect that.
I respect your decision. Now we must be off. Your friends are waiting.
Yes.
You feel the suit clasp around your body once more. As that familiar unease comes over you again, like the day you stepped into it. That brief momentary bit of freedom. You could feel the air on your skin. It was relieving, but it's gone again for now. And as the suit sets itself to your frame, you are met with a wash of light hitting your eyes as you feel yourself falling to the ground. Now, we jump once more to Cabal, the other person who came out during this time. Did you die?
No.
Okay,
No,
I just
no,
wanted
no,
to make sure.
Yeah, no, I was just waiting.
Yeah, no, I was gonna wax lyrical, but then I was like, wait a minute, I have to make sure that he's actually there.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Good, good, good. There is.
Also, good night, Lynn. Yeah, Lynn's about to leave.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's all good. Maybe then. There we go. Good luck, Cabal. There you go. All right. As you feel yourself collide with the ground, you know that you are back. Your sensors are scrambled, but there's a resounding thud as your metal body clanks to the ground. And error windows pop up in your vision. Alarms, confusion, recalibrating. And then, there it is. A wash of white covers your vision. And then, steam building before you, you feel cold porcelain on your hands as you're staring through the eyes of someone familiar. Your eyes turn upwards to a steamed over mirror. As you wipe it away, and reveal Liam. Who is Liam? Feel free, describe if you would.
Liam appears to be about average build man. Tannish skin, slicked back black hair. Somewhat sleek looking eyes, as best I can describe them. Unshaven rather beardless face. And he kind of inspects himself in the mirror a bit. Kind of looks himself over. Kind of looking back at him are these hazel-colored eyes.
Liam, are you ready for this? A voice comes from just over your shoulder.
You know I've been prepping for this for a while now, yes?
Standing in the doorway.
Or at least for as long as you've been telling me.
Yes, I apologize for putting such a thing on you, but well, we can't necessarily go public with this. Standing in the doorway is a blonde-haired man with curls draped probably to about his collarbone. He's wearing a very refined light blue shirt, a black tie, and a lab coat. A name tag on it that reads Adani. I wouldn't ask you if I had any other options, I promise, Liam.
Well, I mean, as long as you understand that what we're about to do is, has implications behind it that are how to explain this? It'd be devastating if they ever got out. I understand that just as much as you do.
To save the life of a friend, I would be willing to risk that and oh so much more. We need her alive, Liam. You're our only hope.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Yeah, Liam, for a moment, he kind of, still kind of inspecting in the mirror, he kind of holds his head a little bit downwards. And then turns to face Adani in full. Says, well, anything in particular I should go in? I mean, I'm already about to throw on a vest underneath and take my pistol with me, but anything in particular? Go incognito, or just take my car over and hand wave an excuse.
The sooner and faster you can get there, the better, but you know where her house is, yes?
Sure, of course. It's not that hard to miss, really.
Oh, she lives lavishly as you can imagine. I digress. Set off as soon as you can. I'll get things set up back here and, well, we'll be ready to move the laboratory somewhere else. Hopefully to the Undercity. I'll send you, well, I shouldn't have to if you make it back in time.
I'll say this much. Let's try and keep things on the down low, or at least radio silent in terms of communications.
Yes.
I don't want them triangulating my position or anything really. Any implication of this getting out is, well, I feel like I'd just be a broken record at this point repeating that.
You would, but it's a record worth repeating. Regardless, we'll get packed up over here and we will meet you in the Undercity tonight. I believe, well, should everything come to pass as I suspect, both our project, Ardent, and Valentine's project will both be at risk. Meet me in the Undercity where we spoke of, and if all goes well, I will see you again.
I'm hoping so as well, he says, taking a breath and keeping himself, standing upright, as composed as he can be. He turns back to Udani and says, "Make sure the prototypes are safe. Yes."
Oh, yes, they should be. They're growing well, at least as well as I can hope.
Not just those prototypes, even. I know my pet project is also something that, I don't want to waste too much time. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Certainly. And he'll kind of walk on up and pat you on the shoulder and goes, "You're a good man, Liam. Just make sure you come back to us. I have more to pack."
If anything, just don't let them catch you. He says, placing a hand back on Adani's shoulder in return.
I can only hope. Adani leaves the room that you've been preparing in. And as he does, he kind of looks back one more time, looks you over and kind of nods before shouting back, "We need all of those over the," and immediately getting back to work.
Liam sighs again and leans on the counter a bit as he rubs his forehead a bit. And his mother's, to think, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. And he gets ready to head out, as it would be.
Sorry, I'd accidentally muted myself. There is a moment as you are leaving that sense you haven't felt in a while, that looming anxiety. You haven't been a soldier for a while. A little out of practice, but that feeling never goes away. Moments before a mission. You're taking your car, yeah?
Yes.
Heading out from the 3rd District that night, moving through the checkpoints, and getting a drive as fast as you can. You jump onto the Irisian Highway, you make your way over to the 5th District. Moving and driving through, trying not to get pulled over, but absolutely speeding where you can. You pull up just outside of a large gate. One that has been left wide open.
I wanted to continue too much further. Liam will pull his car through the gate as best he can, stop about halfway, hop out, check his clothes, check his sidearm, make sure it's loaded, keep it concealed within his jacket. Now start making his way up towards the house with a bit of a jog.
As you move on up, it's not hard to see that you are the first one here, thankfully. There are lights on in Dr. Valentine's house. As you move your way up, you see that you don't see anyone inside. The curtains are all pulled, but you can still see the light on from inside. It's quiet here in this house. As you approach, I assume the front door, yeah?
Yes. After looking in through the windows and just checking for any signs of life, he will approach the front door. And he will knock, give it 3 raps, and say, Dr. Valentine?
There is no response.
He will issue 3 more raps and say, Dr. Valentine, it's me, Liam Kyrus. Are you alright?
No response.
I checked the door. Is it locked or unlocked?
The door is unlocked.
Checking and making sure, or checking the door for its status. He will carefully open it, look around. And you'll call out, hello?
It seems as though that there is nothing out of the ordinary. The place looks fine. There's a fire going in the fireplace. Looks like that there was just food made. Dinner was made. There's dishes in the sink. They're soaking right now. But you don't get any response from Dr. Valentine.
Would I recall where Dr. Valentine's office would be?
Upstairs. You've been here several times.
Right. Liam will make his way upstairs, actually sensing something might be off and probably regretting calling out before. He'll try to be careful moving up the stairs, see if he can make out any particular sounds that might seem out of place.
You hear nothing as you ascend the stairs. And moreover, you don't really see anyone either. But you do see that there is a light on in her office. The door is creaked open ever so slightly.
Liam will carefully approach this doorway, ever so quietly and ever so steadily, and he'll attempt to peek through the gap in the door.
You can see that there is not much movement in here. Though, looking in just a little bit, you can almost tell that it's a little out of place. In particular, that Dr. Valentine always kept a very tidy office. Best she could, she organized everything. Her chair was out of place, actually turned over and sitting sideways on the floor.
Taking note of this, Liam will reach into his jacket again and draw his sidearm, clasp it with both hands, and with his elbow carefully open the door, his pistol at the ready.
As you slide in, you find yourself in an office that is mostly organized. The desk is not empty, however. It appears as though there was something scrawled on a piece of paper, sitting and waiting for someone.
After doing a once-over of the room to check to see if there's anything else that might be out of place or any other clues, Liam will approach the desk to inspect the piece of paper.
Well, as you round the desk, you see the corpse of Dr. Valentine sitting on the floor.
Shit, no.
Doesn't seem as though there was any injuries. In fact, laying next to her is a cup. Empty now, but in her palm, however loosely.
Liam will just to, as a once-over, he'll, with one hand, he'll kind of hold out his sidearm, and with his other hand, he'll try and shake try and shake at Valentine and try and check for any signs of life, like even reach with 2 fingers towards like the base of her head and try and check her pulse, just in case there's some sign of life, if anything.
She is still and cold to the touch.
He will probably keep trying to keep his nerves in check. He looks over to the desk and reads the piece of paper.
The paper reads, "To my beloved daughter, I'm sorry that I could not watch you grow. I'm sorry that the powers that be would rather my demise along with yours. I have hidden you well, and may that bastard Torin rot in whatever hell that there will be, but he will get nothing more from me."
After reading this over, he'll set it back down on the desk and look back over at Valentine's body, still, like, in a state of shock, and trying to keep his nerves in check as best he can. He looks around. Does it look like whatever killed her came in from any particular direction?
No, it doesn't seem like she was killed by a weapon of any kind. In fact, giving it a once over, seems like she probably poisoned herself.
He, looking around, but still with sidearm at the ready, just by instinct, he'll check around the room once again, probably to any side rooms, just to make sure before making his way out. He knows this was a suicide, more than well, absolutely a suicide, but he wants to make sure that no one else is here.
As you're checking the other rooms, there's a moment, a very integral moment, that you spot something out of the corner of your eye. Out the window, as you hear the sound of trucks approaching, and you see the lights in the distance as they come, and they're moving up the dirt driveway to Dr. Valentine's house. One by one, 3 armored vehicles roll up and park themselves directly outside.
Do I hear anything in particular as they pull up, like any radio chatter, any call-outs, anything that they're saying in particular?
At first, no. But as you begin to get yourself into a bit of an out-of-sight position, you see a relatively familiar face. One of which is... how do I put this? One of which doesn't strike you with much shock. A red-haired, portly man, balding, with a large mustache, or a large beard, I should say. That is Dr. Torin Locke, director of the night program. One of them, anyways. You hear his voice. Always jovial, the man was. Stepping out. And going, "All right, Valentine, let's get moving. Come on." He kind of shouts. And goes, "All right, surround the house. Let's get this over with."
Damn it. Liam looks for a door, makes his way out as quickly but as quietly as he can, as he looks for probably a back door that can maybe slip out of.
Looking around, you do think that you find one. And making your way through, down the stairs, through the basement, and into a window well. You're hoping that you can get on out. Just as you climb down the stairs, you hear the first sound of boots kicking the doors in, and gunfire as they spray through the upstairs, hoping to hit somebody who might be hiding. Definitely not taking this very professionally, but they're doing it not expecting this to go on for much longer. As you slip your way through the window well, however, and you make your way through the dark, where do you intend to go?
Going to intend to find perhaps another door that could potentially lead out within this basement area.
I should clarify. A window well should allow you to climb up. A window well. Do you know what a window well is?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's like those windows that are in basements.
Yeah.
Yeah, those.
Yeah, first Liam will kind of prop himself up on them a bit and take a look around, make sure that there aren't any eyes on this window well.
No one seems to be looking in that general direction, at least not yet.
And perhaps because time is of the essence, Liam will... Well, first, he'll holster his sidearm, try and shimmy with the window a bit to try and open it, and then if he is successful in opening, will do his best to crawl his way through the window.
Making your way through and getting your way to the lawn, you still see flashlights upstairs as they begin to sweep the house. Though the lights are on, you can see 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 men in this once nice home. And then there it was. As you're looking and keeping an eye out, you're opening. The question is, do you take it?
Yes. With rapidity, but I mean, with rapidity, you can't really be quite as stealthy as you'd like to, but in Liam's case, he really doesn't have much of a choice.
You make your way through that opening. You find your way to the tree line, and then you can start to loop back down to your car. They have to be looking for you. You left your car parked right in the opening. But hopefully, be able to get out in time.
Yeah.
However, be it bad luck or something worse, as you begin trailing your way through the dark forest, you trip. And as you trip, your pistol clatters. And with the tense of everything, you didn't have the safety on, and the shot fires. Boom! And the lights turn to you.
Liam, with a rush of adrenaline, grabs his pistol and begins sprinting his way through the foliage and probably doing his best to refrain himself from probably exchanging fire with these heavily armed men, doing his best to try and evade the light.
You make your way and you climb in, you make your way, dodging gunfire and screaming as these men pulled their trucks in, and they have not got them. Even though they were still running, they didn't have anybody even waiting in the driver's seat to go after you. You make it back to your car. Thankfully, it's only got a little bit of dent on it because they, slammed into it to get their trucks through, but it still works. You start up the car just as you start seeing and hearing the dink, 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 dink of metal bullet, well, of the lead colliding with your car as you take off down the road.
And as he's pulling out of the driveway, he'll finally mutter to himself, "To hell with it," draw his pistol, and begin firing back as he pulls out.
The exchange of gunfire, while intense, your only thought at this point is to get away. Where are you going?
Probably to the Undercity where Adani said to meet up. Or at least in an attempt to, or actually he'll take some side streets. He'll do his best to try and evade the trucks first before heading to the Undercity.
Understandable. As you start swerving into side streets and bobbing and weaving your vehicle as best you can, it's definitely taken some damage. That smack must have fucked up the car a little bit, because eventually, as you start getting you turn out of the exit onto the highway, your car begins to sputter. And by the time
no. Yeah, he says, trying to fiddle with the controls.
And even before you can fully get there, down onto the highway, on the shoulder of the road, right on the entrance ramp, your car stalls out.
Liam angrily thuds his hands on the steering wheel and says, "Fuck! And he'll hop out of the car, and at first he'll look over the railing to see if there's anywhere he can jump down to, if at all.
As you go to jump over the railing, you see the bright lights in the distance approaching closer and closer and closer. There is no place to jump. Maybe a small little wooden not wooden, like grass outcropping, if that, but you're just on the on-ramp. There's nothing below here.
Liam will weigh his options. He'll take a deep breath, and he'll make the plunge. It's gonna hurt like hell, but it's better than getting captured by them.
As you fall, and fall you do, you hit the ground with a sundering as you feel your legs snap as you collide with the ground.
He is clutching at probably his upper leg as he struggles to crawl away, probably towards the bushes, somewhere you can hide. But is still racked with this pain. It wasn't the smartest decision on his part, but at the same time, he needed something.
As you crawl and crawl and crawl, you can hear the movement of the soldiers above you. They're looking for you. They're looking, and they need to find you. You hear, "There's his car! Where the hell could he have gone?" And that's when the lights start shining around, peeking over the edge. And just as you're about to make it, just as you're about to hit that bush, a light hits you.
And as it hits him, he pauses, looks up towards the lamp towards the light shining down on him, and rolls over onto his back, and simply quietly accepts his fate.
The soldiers descend down to your location. They move in, guns drawn, and with their rifles trained on you, well, you may have expected an execution, a swift end. Instead, you're grabbed. Certainly not politely, as they grab you by your ankles, your now shattered ankles, and as well as under your arms, and carry you. But they carry you back to their vehicles. They carry you back and eventually load you in to their trucks. As they load you in, they handcuff your shattered ankles as well as your hands.
Mm.
And a familiar voice toys with you. Well, that was quite the show you put on there, Doctor. Let me see your tag. And he snatches your name tag off.
Liam Kairos. You don't need to read it.
Oh no, I'm more interested in this. You work with the Donnie's boys. That sounds like grounds for treason.
Quite the prescient man,
Mm.
Yes. Yes. Let's just say it was family emergency that needed some addressing.
Well then, if we are to ensure the legacy of the night program lives on, we can't have any competition. So, and he kind of like pats you on the chest, let's go pay a visit to Dr. Adani's lab.
You would not dare. He says, still recovering from the shock of having his legs broken. You of all people. You know, I might have suspected something like this, but not quite from the likes of you. You always had a habit of putting on a better face than this.
I will do whatever it takes to make sure that the city of Iris prospers greatly. Oh, you know how that is. You know. Plus, what a better thing for a scientist to leave behind, huh? The super soldier program that saved the city. And
Your super soldier program is... He seems like he's about to say something, but winces in pain at his legs still. Your super soldier program is just a drop in the bucket. It's just...
one of many. Which is why we're narrowing down the competition. Can't have you all winning before me. Anyways, pat.
My project is nothing that could be replaced. At least understand that.
Oh, right. Yes, I forgot. You were working on a project of your own, along with Dr. Adani. Same with Valentine. Well, it's certainly good that we caught you then. Can't have that. At that point, you overhear one of the guards run up and go, "We've set fire to the house, just as ordered. There'll be no remains. She left a note." Takes the note, and reads it a little bit. Valentine had a daughter. I didn't know that one. And he kind of looks over to you. You know that? I didn't know that.
You will not lay a hand on her. You wouldn't dare.
Well, I would do anything for this city. And he rips the note in
Including murder?
half, if that's what it takes. And he slams the door.
The drive back to the 3rd district is not a good one. As you make your way in, the 3rd district is home to many projects, but this one specifically is a lot. There we go. This one specifically had the most scientists on it. Between your project, Dr. Adani's project, and Valentine's project, yours was the largest project of them all. It trumped even the night program, because you had so much research going on at the same time, and thus you were granted not only the most funding, but you were also granted the largest ward in which you could operate in. Worf might have hated not Worf, I'm sorry. Locke might have hated you for that. Yeah, Worf turns out to be the evil dude behind all this. Anyways, as he kind of moves and carries himself on, he grabs a hold of you. Well, rather, the soldiers grab a hold of you as you make your way into the complex. As you probably want to start speaking and shouting obscenities, your mouth is quickly taped.
Yeah, before, probably prior to that, Liam will just turn his head to Locke, a scowl, and just stare and just, I guess, glowering daggers his way. He'll just say, almost through gritted teeth, "Neither me, nor Donnie, nor anyone in Project Ardent will be intimidated by you."
Well, I don't need you to be intimidated, my dear Liam. I need you dead. Tape.
Probably doing his best to try and speak through the tape. He'll probably say something to the degree of, "We stood here amidst our achievements, not just yours."
Yes, Wes, whatever you say. As you enter into the research complex, he walks over to you and snatches the badge off of you, scans in, and the soldiers swarm into the science unit. No one, at least at first, is there. It seems pretty cleared out. And then you hear the gunfire. You hear the screaming of researchers and scientists, and you even see one or two of them make it out as they die, peppered with bullets, right in front of you, while you are carried in.
It's to us.
Traitors to the city of Iris. A damned shame. Oh. One of the soldiers steps out. Locke has been with you this whole time, mind you. He steps around and goes, "Sir, we found something. Looks like a project got left behind. Some kind of clockwork thing. Looks like one of ours." Locke's eyebrows kind of raise curiously. Looks over. "What were you working on?"
It was for Project Ardent. It was a branch of it. It was designed to help curb some of the symptoms of the patients. It was meant as a way of allowing the... You really want me to tell you all this?
Well, I simply need to know if it's worth even destroying. Why don't we go see it? You are carried in
to the ward as the soldiers begin to pile up the bodies of the scientists, the researchers. Just over on the side. As you are brought in to your area of Project Ardent, he looks a little bit turns back to you and goes, "Is this supposed to be where someone's mind goes?" Oh.
They
Oh.
are.
He yanks the tape off your mouth.
This, like I said, was meant for Project Ardent. You know, the symptoms of Project Ardent were that patients would sometimes wither rather rapidly when using their abilities. This was meant to counteract that.
Interesting. You know, that's actually very interesting, and in fact, with a metal body like this, I'm sure you could program something into here.
Look, if you intend what I think you intend to do, you must be out of your you must be out of your damn mind.
I'm a lot of things for the soul of this city, my friend. And if that means that I can secure my place at the top, well then I'll just have to do it now, won't I? Strap him down to one of those tables. Locke already begins ignoring you at this point. He saunters through as you are tied down to one of the surgical tables, strapped down with whatever they can find.
You won't get away with this!
Well, if you're going to stop me... Well, frankly, those were actually some poor choice of last words, my friend. Let's see how well your project works. I may have some use of this.
No. He's beginning to panic slightly as he tries to pull himself free of the restraints as best he can. To potentially no avail.
Yeah, most likely to no avail.
Yeah.
You break free for a moment, you land a solid punch on one of the soldiers, and they punch you right back in the face and tie you down again. You're fighting as hard as you can, but then they hit you with the muscle relaxers. Then they inject you with the numbing medication. And then the saws come out. The scalp is removed. And you are hit with stimulants to be awake as long as possible. Because they need your brain thinking. They need you talking while they begin to implant your mind into the shell of your own creation.
Through all this, he makes little else in terms of noise, in terms of what he is probably thinking. He is probably repeating something of the Irisian equivalent of Libera me Domine de morte eterna. Liberate me, O God, from this eternal death.
Eventually, your physical body is no longer your own. Optical sensors online. Behavioral supplement online. Looping in your mind is the simple command, obey the will of Iris. The next is a bit of a blur for you, Liam. You see yourself in situations piloting a body that is not your own, but you're watching through the window as it undertakes missions, gunning down those who otherwise would have no reason to die, at the behest of Torin Locke. You see flashes The raid on the Undercity lab, which took the life of Dr. Adani, you yourself putting the bullet square between his eyes as you screamed words that could not be heard. Piloting this body, though you could always watch, you had no control.
And at the same time, presumably hearing, on top of witnessing, perhaps with Adani and other scientists' demise, the machine proclaiming something to, like in Adani's case, Dr. Adani Everon, you are a traitor to Iris, and are hereby sentenced to death.
And death comes for all of them. Eventually, as you were powered off in Dr. Torin's lab, working under him, basically as his personal assassination droid, wiping out any competition and silencing critics, you'd eventually find yourself awaking one day, not through will of your master, but the will of another. It's not freedom. You weren't free as you awoke, but something compelled you to move. Your new target was designated. And as you made your way down the elevator, into the underground lab where the night program was held on that fateful day, almost 15 years ago, your directive was the assassination of Dr. Harmus Worf, Dr. Torenlock, and all of the rampant experiments. You would arrive just in time to see a black-haired boy throw him to the ground and stamp his skull into paste, before you yourself were thrown into a metal heap in the corner of the room, where you laid in quiet rest for all those years, until you were awoken by Genevieve and the others. All of these memories flood back. They flood back at once. And as you feel your optic sensors waking up, and you feel the need to blink, even though it's not there, for the first time in what seems like years, you are in control of this body.
As he lies there, upon the dirt, he looks around. He can still feel the sensation of moving his eyebrows, because the plates upon his face, though they've been still for so long, they can still move. As he creates with what senses he has, the approximation of a wince of pain, as he rolls over ever so slowly onto his back, and just quietly begins to mutter again and again through a kind of staticky voice, "Pain. So much pain."
Primrose, you would collide with the ground right around the same time. Both of you. Metal. I put the two robots together. I almost said the clankers.
How dare you? That's our word. And
I'm
to
so
you,
sorry.
it's a soft A.
Sorry. Also, Quest, is the stream still? Yes, it is. Okay, I thought that the stream was broken for a second. It is not.
Blank?
You. I thought the stream was broken. It is not, thankfully. as you both... Yes, good. As you both get situated and look around, you are surrounded by bodies. Not human, though. Robotic. Surrounding you, worn down cars, abandoned instruments, robotic soldiers alike. You have found yourself amidst a heap of junk and scrap. And while you're not quite sure where you are together. You can interact now.
Primrose.
Her-
Oh, sorry. Do you want to go first?
Yeah. I was about to say, but the sound that reaches Prim's ears is probably the first other sound she's heard out of Cabal, in that it's a completely different voice.
Primrose lays there for a second at first, processing everything that just happened, and where she lays and the sound she just heard a bit off, a ways from her, before realizing, wait, was that a person? And she sits up, and when she does, a few pieces shatter off of the superficial exterior of her suit. Her suit taking on a bit of a worn and almost semi-broken, but still obviously on her appearance. As she kind of stumbles, falls to her knees again, and then tries to get back up again, looking for the source of that sound.
So much pain.
Cabal.
Racing.
You and me both.
He turns his sight to Primrose, and very slowly, and Prim, yeah, this is the first time you've seen his face in any other expression other than the stone-faced, just flat expression he had before. You can tell this is a look of anguish as he turns to look at you and just says in a weak voice, "I remember you."
Of course you do. We're both screws, metal screws, part of the same machine. I couldn't
Why?
forget you if I wanted to.
Where are we?
Rose kind of looks ahead of her, into the side, looks around in all directions, and then, after a moment of processing, looks back down at her tattered metal friend and says, "We are in Iris's waste, I suppose. Garbage. Trash. Are you
Well,
able
just-
to stand up?"
Cabal at first doesn't make an effort to stand up. He rather raises a hand to his face. It shakes a little bit, and then he turns over onto his side and, using a clenched fist and then another arm underneath him, he attempts to prop himself up before also looking around maybe for a puddle of liquid or something to look into.
You would probably find some liquid floating about in a nasty junkyard, honestly. There's always some of that.
Yeah. He will crawl towards it and with his hands to both sides just look into it. His eyes are not quite the color they were, not quite the, I guess, magenta colored or purple colored they were. Now they're sort of this shade of blue as he looks into it and just quietly says, "What did he do to me?"
As this continues, Vera, are you here?
Absolutely.
This is where, and for everybody who's here, obviously we'll be getting close to the end of the session. It's gone on a little later. But I want to pull everyone at least getting up the strings for next session to be a proper session 1. So long as everybody is here, I would like to start jumping perspectives. Quest,
I believe the only
Fray,
person
are you
who's-
guys still here?
I believe the only person who's currently not present is Sully.
Is Sully. Yeah, and so I will thankfully be able to fill them in.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, it kind of makes sense that Doku isn't here at the start because he went on
Yeah,
vacation.
he's up
Yeah.
in the city, and what's happening is a pretty big thing. Isaac, I'm going to go to you first, if that's okay. It has been about 16 years since we've last checked in on Isaac. Originally, he was just a boy at 13, I believe, when Valjean dropped him off at that orphanage. And, well, now, that year, however long he intended to come back, Valjean never returned. Where are you? What are you doing? Who is Isaac now?
Isaac has, in the years after he was abandoned, he never forgot that. Back when he was a kid still, well, a young teenager, I suppose, rather. In a bad night after he got into another fight with the other kids at the orphanage, and he lamented his fate, what led to him being stuck in that orphanage of his. He grabbed a bunch of half-broken crayons and he started drawing a very bad drawing of how he remembered Valjean to look. And he found himself berating this image in Valjean's stead, blaming him for everything that had happened to him, at least in the regard of, well, the orphanage of his love at the moment, accusing him of being an asshole, a bastard, every bad word that he learned throughout the years, he slung at the person who had once sheltered him. And though he's grown up now, he's an adult in more ways than one, that image of Valjean, badly drawn with broken crayons, still hangs at his fridge. And every now and then, as he passes it by in the morning, he says, "Morning, dickhead." Because after everything that had happened, he still can't forget him. The guy, despite everything, took him in, if only for a short time, and he taught him some things. That being said, 16 years is a long time. Isaac never got adopted by anyone, so when he became of age, he was kicked out to make room for other children who needed help more. And though he was pissed at being abandoned yet again, in a way he understood, and it wasn't like he couldn't fend for himself anyway. So next years he spent out on Iris' streets, and also that of the Undercity, the Ashlands, how you want to call them, the bad part of town, the slums. he'd always been a fierce kind of man or boy, I suppose. So he fell right into the crowd of criminals, pickpockets, thieves. Not necessarily cutthroats, nothing as professional as that. But his nature gave a quick rise to fame and reputation in the underbelly of Iris. Eventually, he made a name for himself and got himself a little gang. The Silver Lions, he called them. Pretentious as he was. And against all odds, the gang grew. What he lacked in manners, I suppose, he more than made up for with charisma. That feeling of being abandoned, of being left with no one to help you, that stuck with him. And he vowed multiple times throughout his life that he would never make others feel that same way. So when someone walked with him, decided to join him, he would do anything to protect that person. And that kind of loyalty inspires trust and faith. So after a while, the Silver Lions had grown into a full-blown faction amongst the seedier parts of Iris. And though they could have probably warred for territory, for any of the more illicit means of acquiring money, drugs, smuggling, kidnapping, assassinations, Isaac was always very adamant about staying clear of those avenues. For all their reputation and their image of being tough guys with black leather jackets, with studded gloves, and bats with nails, the Silver Lions were protectors. They went out and they took care of those who couldn't protect themselves. Old ladies, cripples, sick people. If there was a fight to be fought for the poor and the broken, then the Silver Lions would be there, and Isaac at the forefront. And in the current year, I suppose I should rather say, with the city being consumed by civil war, and many a people either fighting for their freedom, for their right to live, or for profit, because in this chaos, plundering is very easy actually. The Silver Lions have managed to set up a little safe haven in the Undercity. For those who can't or don't want to fight, for those who can't fight anymore due to injury, a lazaret of sorts. That was the word that I lacked for last session, by the way. A safe haven for those who need help away from the fighting. Despite everything, Isaac never joined that fight. He was very, very serious about staying clear of the enforcers and the knights, who had become more and more scrupulous in their administrations of justice, as one would call it, on their side at least. He was fine with simply treating and protecting the wounded. But recent developments have changed that. So, on this very fine morning, Isaac walks past that faded crayon image on his fridge stops, turns around, flicks one manicured finger against Valjean's face, pulls the fridge door open, and pulls out a beer. The swig. And then he reaches for the nearby radio station that he had set up when everything went to shit. And as he turns on the transmission and broadcaster, and he reaches down to pick up the bottle cap that he just dropped, he grabs with his other hand the microphone and goes, "Good morning, Iris City. This is Real Rebel Radio with your hard R. I am Isaac King, and I am here to tell you what's really happening down here on the streets of this beautiful city. Shit is fucked as always. Don't let the propaganda the people up there tell you anything otherwise. I just dripped beer down my front because I am appalled at the things that these people are doing to us. You could have probably heard the screams yesterday night when they blew up another shelter that they say was hosting terrorists or something of the sort. Make no mistake, those were just normal people. We are fighting a war. And for those who can't or won't fight in it, the Silver Lions has set up a little shelter for you guys. You know where to find it. I won't say it out loud for those who are listening, from the other side. Speaking of which, in case anyone is listening from those fuckheads up there, illy asshole, big metal dragon in the sky. Perhaps you're just blind from old age, but next time you're aiming for the ones actually fighting for freedom, maybe try shooting at them and not the next hospital. Not good for reputation, really. But I guess you're too dense to think about that kind of shit, aren't you, buddy? In any case, just letting you guys know, the fight isn't done. It'll remain active and brutal as ever, make no mistake of that. But through it all, I'll be here with hopefully more hopeful news and some good jams. In any case, I'll leave you with a little tune called Girl from Ipanema.
I hate you. I hate you.
Real Rebel Radio with a hard R. I'm gonna smack you, Vera.
Jesus Christ! I was muted and I went, was that supposed to be a trucker radio reference? I was sitting there like, Jesus Christ!
Inside joke.
Oh. Anyways, as you flip the song on Isaac, I assume, if I remember correctly, we spoke of it, that you kept tabs on the guard chatter around.
Very true. Yep.
Yeah. It's about this time that you would end up hearing something cut in. Very... Just momentarily we hear, all available units. We are getting note of a Genesis surge. It looks like another one of those. We're going to be sending out teams. We need all available units moving down towards the scrapyard. Western front.
Wait, that's where I live.
That is where you live.
The radio goes, yes, that is where you live.
Yes, that is where you live. We're listening to you, son of a bitch.
He kind of... he just kind of leans sideways to look past the fridge out the window, where you can oversee half of the scrapyard at least.
out there, you would probably see two robots walking around. Or rather, one crumpled in pain on the ground and the other one going pat, pat, pat on their back of Primrose and Cabal.
Yeah, Primrose is trying to help him up, but if he's not ready to get up yet, she's just doing her best to just be present for Cabal and kind of looks up at where they both fell and goes, what a joke.
I don't remember those being there.
They're also actively moving, so they're not. That's a problem.
Cabal will eventually loosen up a bit and allow himself to be lifted up. At this point, he's just worried about, readjusting to whatever the hell he is now.
For what it's worth, Cabal, being able to see more of your face, it suits you.
I mean, I haven't expressed in years.
Yes, you have.
I'm gonna grab my bat, resting there beside the door.
I'm gonna grab my bat and...
You kids, get off my lawn!
I'm gonna open the door and gonna, just to walk casually with the bat on my shoulder up to these two chrome
Liggins.
balls.
Don't, if you say clanker, I swear to God.
You can say-
I had to stop myself just now, really.
Are you approaching the robot friends?
yes, I am.
And in what manner will you be approaching the robot friends?
The robot friends.
Face.
Well, I would say I'm approaching them casually, just kind of leisurely walking towards them. That being said, I am wielding a bat instead of with nails. So, think of Negan from The Walking Dead.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. So yeah, it's, the calm, collected also will beat your head in with a baseball bat type.
Basically,
wanna
yeah,
talk
the
to
bat, yeah.
I just want to talk.
I just want to talk to him.
Just start talking. That's all I want to do.
For the two who now probably see this guy approaching, male, human, apparently, very dark black hair, just kind of wild tousled mane pouring down his back and framing his head like a lion's mane, really. Dressed in what can be described as a biker's jacket, those stereotypical, biker gang leather jackets. Torn, patched up jeans, and just studded boots as well. Lots of studs, basically. That punker image, basically. But perhaps most importantly, very vibrant purple eyes, just kind of staring you guys down. So, did you guys, wake up from hibernation or something? I don't remember being sold, he gestures to whatever the two of you are. No word spoken after that.
To clarify, when she had that conversation with Alsar, did he actually give her the sword?
Yeah.
So, seeing this man approach them both now, and taking note of the obvious purple eyes, she will step in front of Cabal, holding out the sword with the point, facing this stranger, and say, "Not another step. Who are you?"
As she does that, Cabal will try and step out, or I guess shuffle out to one side and as his eyes turn, or I guess sputter to a crimson red, he will attempt to deploy this shimmering blade from out of his forearm
You know,
that also kind of sputters and fades as he stumbles.
I love to imagine that Primrose is like, get away, and then Cabal steps in front of her, like, no, yeah, get away, and then he steps in front of her, like, and just back and forth.
It's like, wait, come on.
It keeps going over and over again until it basically right in
Right in front of
Right
her.
in front of
in
me.
Isaac's face. And they're just,
Prepare for trouble, make it double.
Okay,
Oh.
whoa. No need for drawn swords here.
You're the one
If
who approached
you're
his weapon
intimidated
first.
by my lovely Betsy over here, this is just for my self-defense, really. You are trespassing on private property, really. And all I'm asking is to figure out who the fuck you are.
I would say, Isaac, you would probably recognize that sword if you get close.
Absolutely. It's slowly. Gears are grinding.
I'm thrown away trash number 1. This is thrown away trash number 2. What's your name?
Well, I'm the trash man, so I guess I own you now.
Terrific.
poor choice of words.
Say that again. And she lifts the sword and approaches.
I'm just gonna let her approach as far as she wants. She's not gonna move or no, neither forward nor back.
If I were you, I'd choose your words very carefully as she just touches the tip of the sword to his chest and gestures to Cabal, who has drawn his own weapon. We're done being owned.
Prim, let him be. Don't hurt him.
I don't even know who he is. He could be, I don't know, one of them.
Ooh, one of
Dark
them
River.
mysterious.
He's
You know
not
who
a
I'm talking
lizard,
about.
you know.
He's a wizard. I hate you. He's a wizard, you know.
No. I said he's he said he's not a lizard, you know.
Oh, lizard. For some reason, it's like a wizard. They existed like 10 minutes ago, dude. They just don't work anymore.
She says, how do I know you're not the trash man working for the city out to look for us, just to put us back in our place again?
Just. So he's still holding the bat, like over his shoulder, behind his head, basically, right? His other hand is still holding the beer, and he's just drinking from it. I don't know if that came over the mic.
It
It
did.
Bunch of
did.
burps enough.
It
It
did.
absolutely did.
Yeah, that was good. Jesus Christ.
Good. I'm glad I turned off noise suppression to make that possible. Name's Isaac. Isaac King. And don't lump me in with those fuckheads who are supposedly supposed to lead this city. Anything they think they're owning or running is destined to go to shit.
Pretty sure it already has. But King? Like Alsar King.
Like the name of the owner of that sword you're holding, yep. Which is why I'd be very interested to know how you got that, lady.
He gave it to me before he perished. Which is how we ended up here. Trying to fight him as he was forcibly turned into an ancient god?
Are some of your circuits fried, lady? That happened like, what, almost a year ago. And I'm pretty sure I would have seen you two convention cosplayers on my scrapyard.
As far as we're concerned, we just finished fighting him a few minutes ago. Isn't that right, Cabal?
What? I'm not Cabal.
Then what is your name?
Give me a moment. He kind of... Still kind of getting used to being back in control, he moves himself over to be next to Prim and says, I'm... Well, for now you can just call me Liam, but Prim here is, I think, correct. We just finished fighting him. Unless, looking back to Isaac.
Oh wait. How long have you been here now?
We've
When did
just
you-
gotten here.
How much is just? 4 minutes? An hour?
Something to that degree, yes.
Less than 10.
You came from that rift that they talked about. You might wanna fuck off.
Gladly. But first, tell us where this is. Where are we?
You are at the downtown Iris scrapyard, where all the trash goes. Well, I suppose that's befitting the entire Undercity, but this is where all the trashest trash goes.
Still fitting.
So, just to let you guys know, they've got enforcers coming here in probably like 10 minutes tops. Whatever made you guys appear here, they were able to sense that somehow, and they're coming to check it out. So I'm gonna have to give them a nice speech about being all prim and proper.
Narrows her eyes again, and then she swings her sword and cuts the can of beer, or the beer glass, in half, letting the contents spill out into the ground, and says, "Tell us how to get out of here now."
What the fuck about a perfectly good beer lady?
Careful with that, at least. He says, kind of clasping the side of his head. Sorry, headaches.
Good accuracy, though. Are you used to wielding a sword?
Yes. I used to be a knight.
Oh. Fancy that. Tell you what. I got a basement beneath my shack. I normally hide my. You don't know. You don't have to know actually. Point is, it's a nice hidden compartment, and you don't have to trust me. You don't, obviously, but I can probably hide you from the feds.
How do we know you won't sell us out?
I mean, you can kill me if I try to do it.
The only thing that is preventing that is your last name. But
As this exchange goes on, all three of you would hear a very familiar sound. The sound of tires beneath gravel
and the rev of an engine approaching.
Ah, fuck.
Got company.
We don't have much time, and I don't know where else to go. Fine. We'll take you up on your offer.
I should say that they are pretty much upon you as we speak.
Oh.
As over from what seems like one of the mounds in the hills that would snake down in, a white van approaches. Windowless, at least on the sides. It comes tearing in. Speeding, absolutely. And slides to a stop, seeing you all as it rounds. Clearly the driver is not safe.
Not to mention the band. You can very clearly hear the music, the song that the band is currently playing right now, is a song called "Liberated Ape." Liberated Ape.
What?
God damn it.
Liberate me?
I thought it was gonna be Freebird.
That's the joke. That's the joke.
It is
Liberated Ape.
Freebird.
Oh, the Irish version of
Liberated.
Freebird.
liberated.
My second guess was gonna be we like to party. We like to party.
We like party.
Well, while you guys peel in, I'm gonna roll it back a little bit over to the other group's side. Valjean, it's been about 2 weeks since you got a hold of that van. And that angry woman basically told you, listen, you can use my van. Here's all the things that come with it. Please keep that cat safe. And subsequently, I'm going to need a favor from you because now you helped me. Or rather, I helped you. So now, because I totally helped you, you have to help me later.
What?
I showed you where all the compartments on my van were. That
Yeah.
means that now I
Showed you
own
my
you.
compartments.
I showed my compartments.
Now,
Please respond.
You have voluntarily been you've been voluntarily mandatorily voluntold to take up this duty. Just be thankful I don't lock down the van. Go get them. Thank you, peas and carrots.
Yeah.
Thank you, peas and carrots. Just
Yeah.
Valjean just kind of stuck. Like, oh,
Donnie,
okay.
yeah, Donnie that night prior would have gone to Genevieve and explained that the ley lines are all out. Yeah, Prim had to go. The ley lines are all out of whack, and that most of all, something's coming. Seems like another one of those wounds is about to open up. And if they do, well, it certainly is most likely, hopefully, gonna be one of your friends, Jenny. And so, Jenny put out the APB, called in the new van guy, got a hold of, and of course, Caladan showed up just a few weeks ago also. And so that was always a nice little reunion that they had. We can go on to that whenever. But getting a hold of Doku, asking if he could swing on, along with Valjean, and even sending Valen along. A little bit of extra protection to make sure that her friends got back safe. Everybody who was sticking around in that whole little area piled into the familiar white van, Cheddar in tow, and they made their way tearing off towards the scrapyard. There we go.
You know how
Along the way, however, they would have come across a wandering vagrant of a man wearing, well, what appeared to be leaves, and Valjean, still getting used to this whole driving thing, nearly ran him over, thinking he was shrubbery.
There's a reason I got glasses.
There's a reason I got glasses. Pulling up to a halt and having a quick little back and forth argument about learning how to drive, they discovered that they were going to the same place, and they all piled in. That's where they all are now, peeling up to find a strange man with a bat filled with nails, standing across from Primrose
and Cabal. Some faces you've seen, others not too familiar. As they slide to a stop, and everybody is together. And that, I think, because I already know that Valjean and Isaac are going to have a giant back and forth argument that's going to take 10 to 15 minutes, and I know it's very late, so I'm going to call it here, as we are finally done with the prologue section, and we can flesh this out a little bit more as we get on to the proper first session next Sunday. Thank you all for being here. This was fun.
Absolutely.
Once again,
Goddamn.
I forgot you can play complete and total bastards
I
sometimes.
know, Torn is such a dick. He's such
Oh,
an
no.
asshole.
Good lord,
Yes,
yeah.
and let me just say, I have devised something extra devious for him.
He's dead. I think he's dead. Yeah,
Well,
or at least I think
knowing,
so.
knowing
Don't worry.
knowing Fray sometimes, that's never an impediment to his villains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say that, and cool. Guess who's gonna learn to? That's not gonna stop me. Just don't worry about it. All right.
Don't worry about it. I'll find this corpse over.
Yeah. I was about to say, you and me have kind of a shared goal. Yeah, Torrin fucked you over. Torrin straight up tried to turn me into a drone.
Yeah,
I mean,
he did. He turned you into a killing
Yes,
machine.
he-
And you kill all your other partners. Yeah, no, that was great. I had a good time. I got to bust out the voice changer again. That was fun.
Oh boy, this
Um,
time it didn't like crispy fry our ears off like it did in the fake.
Yeah. That was specifically why I warned everyone, because I was like, all right, let's try and fix this, because last time
I think
it killed my audio drivers.
It was, I think it was added by the benefit of it not trying to emulate robotic speech.
Yeah,
but yes.
that was bad.
Thank you for running, Fray.
Yeah, thank you.
Finally
Thank
get
you
the
guys.
prologue finished off.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to kicking off proper next week where everybody's together. I'm sure that we can have some back and forth with Dimian and all them yelling at each other like, what the fuck,
Get the
dude,
in the
learn
van,
to
get the fuck
drive.
in the
And
van,
like,
get the fuck in the van, let's go!
get the fuck in the van! Who
Like,
are you?
I'm
Go!
I'm pretty sure having like come over the crest of the hill, everybody in the van would have seen all the enforcers circling in on the area.
Yes, they are. There are, and this is what I'll love to explain what you saw next time, because there were several aircraft.
Was
So
there a
funny
dragon
thing.
amongst them?
No, thankfully
Good.
not.
Good.
Thank God.
Funny thing is, I was gonna say real quick. Valjean was actually gonna kind of order Valen to like use her extendo arms to quickly grab them and bring them to the.
Valen,
Tell me
please,
what to do.
don't tell me what to do, but I will do it. Chomp.
And
That's
also,
cool.
and also, I wanted to imagine Valjean with like, you know, like how like stereotypical image of like a pirate with a parrot on his fucking shoulder, but instead of a parrot, it's Cheddar.
It's a cheddar.
Don't touch my support animal.
That's my support animal. Cheddar is all that I have.
He came with this van. He's my support.
This man.
Look, Cheddar can be everybody's
Everyone's
support
got a.
animal.
Yeah.
Can we
Yes,
use
you got a
Cheddar?
support animal. It came free with your fucking van.
You don't have Cheddar. You got Cheddar with your van.
You got Cheddar with your fucking van.
I'm gonna use Cheddar as a
van.
fucking flame.
Van with the Cheddar.
Cheddar van. Van with the cheddar in it. All right. Well, thank you guys for being here. I thankfully now we can get into the actual meat of the system next week,
Oh boy,
next
we finally
Sunday.
get to have
Yes,
a go at the actual game. Wonderful.
After
Yeah.
much deliberation.
After much waxing lyrical and getting everybody's character arcs all firmly
All
established.
the ducks in a row. Now we get to knock
Oh.
them over.
Yay! And what you're gonna break my system in like 10 minutes.
Ever since Marmdra, fucking Valjean, I keep on getting her. Fuck you, Matt. Valjean's Jean Valjean is fucking just like just getting there in like a fucking hurry and shit, and then Dim, like everyone's yelling at him for being a bad driver in the back. It's like,
I got it.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Fray.
Yeah.
Did you read that Did you read that last message I sent you?
I didn't yet because my child. Do not start headbutting the floor. Whoa! Calm down.
Alan has met the feeling of this of the thing before because of my bad driving.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Oh yeah, to her stomach. Yeah, no.
I'm almost thinking.
Yeah.
Um,
For safe, I don't want to say for safety reasons. Are we still audible? Gus?
yes, we are.
Okay, I'm gonna wait till afterwards. It's a little gross.
Grim, thank you very much for
It's
sending us
nothing
off
bad,
with-
just a little gross.
Thank you very much for sending us off with the self-care. Everybody take care. Sorry. Frank, thank you very much for hosting today.
Of course, thank you guys for letting me talk for like 5 hours.
Thank you, my
Again.
Lord Fray.
Well, at this
Thanks
point,
for letting me
it's,
sleep for 5 hours.
At this point, it's 4.5. Yeah. God, I need sleep. The next Sunday session will be when we finally get into the mechanics of the system, which should end up being a hell of a lot more high-flying than the previous game was, as well as more high-flying than all the narrative we've been going through. It's going to be interesting, because we all get to flex our muscles and show our stuff.
I'm very much looking forward to it,
Hey,
to see
nobody
all the
got-
crazy shit.
Hey, nobody got Big Crater PNG'd this time. No, they didn't.
Yeah, no, it's true. Nobody got cratered.
Then again, none of us are a fox. Hey,
So, I'm
Oi!
assuming it's Doku, Val, and Dim in the van with me right now,
Goku,
or
Balin, Dim, and yourself are in the van, while Primrose, Isaac, and Liam are now in the are now at the scrapyard. So in one way or another, the gang's all here.
I can't wait to bicker with Isaac while we're on the run from the police.
The police.
Liam's just gonna look at these two and be like, I'm sorry, gentlemen, is there something between you two?
Not now,
Cut the tension with a
automaton man.
Not now.
I could cut the tension with a knife. I can tell this one points to Isaac. He says, I can tell this one points to Valjean, calls this one daddy.
Oh my god.
Without question.
I didn't kick Dim out of the fucking van.
I will be kicking him out of the van.
Anyway,
I was
It's been a
father for like a year and a half.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, it was a pleasure. Thank you guys. Now that the prologues are properly done, I didn't want to rush any of them. Now we can get proper sessions going, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
yes. Now we're all here. We don't have to constantly jumping around with perspectives, which is going to speed things up significantly.
Significantly. Yeah, no, it was definitely all good.
I have a feeling next stuff's gonna be very
Much more fast. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm predicting a fight and then a fighting retreat and a high-speed chase, which, honestly,
Yes.
if it's a season of Genesis without a high-speed chase, it's not Genesis.
It's not Genesis. Yeah, no. I'm very much looking forward to it.
So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and usher us out now.
Alrighty. Take it easy, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Take care of yourselves. and Have a
Goodbye.
wonderful day.